September 19, 2020. Cool.
Lisa Middleton,
Present.
David Miller,
Here.
Patrick Henning for Fiona Ma, Jose Luis Pacheco,
Present.
Ramon Rubacava,
Here.
Teresa Taylor,
Here.
Yvonne Walker.
All right. Thank you. Our next order of business is the executive report. Michelle Nix.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Michelle Nix, CalPERS team member. Each year in July, employers have the opportunity to prepay their annual unfunded accrued liability in one lump sum to save interest. We offer this incentive because investing employer contributions earlier in the fiscal year provides a longer period of time to earn the expected 6.8% investment return. This year, 65% of our agencies made a lump sum prepayment totaling just over $3.3 billion. Last year, I reported that 79% of the agencies made a prepayment, and this year it's 65%. The decrease is due to an increase in fully funded plans. This is because of the 2021 investment gain of 21.3%. Excuse me. There were 20 fully funded employers in 1920, jumping to 200 in 2021. With more fully funded plans, there are fewer agencies requiring the UAL prepayment. The agenda before you today has 3 information items: the annual actuarial valuation of the TAP, or the terminated agency pool, CalPERS board election methods and stakeholder engagement, and an overview of the impact of investment returns on employer contributions. The next Finance and Administration Committee meeting is scheduled November 15th, 2023 here in Sacramento. The November agenda includes the 22-23 mid-year budget revisions and the 22-23 basic financial statements. Thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes my report. I'll be pleased to take your questions.
All right. Are there any questions? Thank you. Then we'll move on to item 3, which is the action consent items. Is there any item to be pulled? Seeing none, move approval. And second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The measure passes. We will move on now to item 4, which is information consent items. Are there any items to be pulled? Is there a motion to approve? All right. Then we will move on, since there's nothing to be, and move to information agenda items. 5A, annual actuarial valuation terminated agency pool. Mr. Robinson.
Good morning, Madam Chair, the board members. I'm Julian Robinson in the Actuarial Office. I'm happy to present the terminated agency valuation, which we do every year in September. The fund as of June 30, 2022 is in a well-funded position. It has, approximately $360 million in assets and $180 million in liabilities, which gives it a funded status of close to 200%. Just to put the terminated agency pool in perspective, the total assets are $360 million compared to the whole PERF, so it's about 0.1% of the PERF. The size of the liabilities, about $180 million, is about 0.05% of the PERF. So even though this is an important pool relative to the size of the whole PERF, it's really very small. There were a number of changes which occurred in this valuation. There were 4 agencies added to the pool, which terminated in the year ending June 30, 2021. Those added approximately $18 million worth of assets and liabilities to the pool. The assumptions also changed for the valuation. The assumptions for the TAP change every year we do the valuation. The discount rate increased up to 3.1%, and the inflation rate actually went down to 2.2%. And that is the changes which were in effect for the TAP for the June 30, 2022 valuation. If you can see that there was a change in the market value of assets. It went from 390 million down to 361 million. The main reason for that decrease in the market value of assets was the investment loss. There was a similar decrease in the accrued liability from 196 million down to 182 million, and the main reason that the liabilities dropped was a change in the discount rate and the underlying assumptions. That's pretty much the description of what the status of the pool is. If there are any questions from the board, I'd be happy to take them.
Are there any questions? I'm seeing none, but I want to thank you for staying on top of this. And this isn't the program that we like to have people participating in, but it's incredibly important that we maintain this fund adequately.
Thank you, and I would also like to thank my team of actual analysts that were working with me to produce the report, and the many of our other thousands of reports that we produce each year. I want to do a shout out for the actual analysts that lend a hand in all of that and make it possible to present all of this stuff to the board. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next item is 5B, CalPERS Board Election Methods and Stakeholder Engagement. And for that, Mr. Stone.
Good morning, members of the Finance and Administration Committee, Dallas Stone, CalPERS team member. At the April 2023 FAC meeting, the FAC directed staff to conduct an analysis related to voting methods, including ranked choice voting or RCV, and asked to engage with stakeholders to understand ways of increasing voter participation in future elections. I'll be reporting on both requests today. Since April, the Operations Support Services Division, or OSSD, has collaborated with the Policy, Research, and Data Analytics Division, also known as PRADA, and the Stakeholder Relations Division, also known as STIRL, to fulfill these requests. For this research, OSSD contacted several public jurisdictions that use ranked choice voting to collect data about their voting education efforts, costs, and results reporting practices. These jurisdictions included the state of Alaska, City and County of San Francisco, City of Berkeley, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Tacoma Park, Maryland, and Palm Desert, California. I do want to make a quick note regarding Palm Desert. At the time of our research, this wasn't known, but we recently learned that on June 22nd, 2023, the Palm Desert City Council voted to drop ranked choice voting from being used in future elections. For this research, PRADA also sourced information from organizations that advocate for ranked choice voting, such as Fair Vote and Ranked Vote. For cost estimates, we relied on figures provided by Integrity Voting Systems, since they are currently CalPERS' contracted vendor for election services. And they also service public elections in 12 states in the U.S. OSSD also requested the assistance from STIRL to engage with stakeholders regarding election participation. I'll first summarize the voting methods research. The full report is included in attachment 4. PRADA researched 4 different types of voting methods: majority voting, which is currently used by CalPERS, plurality voting, which was used by CalPERS prior to 2005, and modified plurality and ranked choice voting, both of which CalPERS has never used. Starting with majority voting, CalPERS implemented this method in 2005, where the candidate with more than 50% of the votes wins the election. We've used this method in 26 elections so far, where 6 elections have resulted in runoffs. Critics argue majority voting could result in additional runoff costs if there is not a majority winner. Since adopting majority voting, CalPERS has spent $6.9 million on 6 runoffs, averaging $1.2 million per runoff election. While in most cases runoffs see a lower voter turnout, we've seen an average increase of 0.38% in voter turnout. Moving on to plurality voting. Before 2005, CalPERS used plurality voting, where the candidate with the most votes wins, even if the candidate doesn't get more than 50% of the votes. Critics of this method argue that it favors incumbents and the winner may not be preferred by a majority of voters. In an election with multiple candidates, a small portion of voters could be determined the winner. Plurality is overall less resource intensive since it doesn't require runoffs. Historically, of the 6 runoffs held by CalPERS since 2005, 5 candidates with the plurality of votes in the original election received a majority of the votes in the runoff and won the runoff election. Using this data, proponents of plurality may argue that runoff elections rarely change the result. The third voting method, which is modified plurality, requires the winning candidate to receive a set threshold of votes, for instance, 40 or 45% to win. If no candidate reaches this threshold, a runoff is held between the 2 top candidates. This method ensures that a substantial portion of voters opt for the winning candidate. Compared to majority voting, this method reduces the chances of a runoff and may reduce costs associated with an additional election. Had a threshold of 40% been in place, we've had held only 2 runoffs instead of 6. In other words, of the 6 primaries, 4 had candidates who received more than 40% of the votes. There's only been one case where the candidate with the most votes in the primary didn't win the runoff election. This example shows the risk with modified plurality, where the winning candidate may not be preferred by a majority of the voters. The last voting method that was researched is ranked choice voting. That is described as a single election that determines the candidate who is elected by a majority of voters without the need of a separate runoff election. In elections with more than 2 candidates, voters rank candidates in order of preference instead of just choosing one. If a candidate receives more than 50% of first choice votes in the first round of tabulation, they are declared the winner. If no candidate receives more than 50% of the first choice votes, then an elimination process begins where the candidate receiving the fewest first choice votes is eliminated. In the second round of tabulation, voters who selected the eliminated candidate as their first choice vote have their votes redistributed for their second choice. The votes are then recounted, and this process is repeated until a candidate receives more than 50% of the votes. Proponents reason that RCV increases voter turnout because voters are only asked to participate in one election rather than additional runoffs. However, according to a study conducted by the National Conference of State Legislators, included in Attachment 1, research on the impact of RCV on voter turnout is limited, and conclusions are mixed. Furthermore, CalPERS has seen consistent voter turnout between primaries and runoffs. Proponents also argue that RCV leads to more positive campaigning and reduces polarization between candidates. It may also eliminate the spoiler effect, also known as vote splitting, allowing like-minded candidates to compete without spoiling each other's chances of winning. A voter experience study done by Joseph Call, which is included in Attachment 2, found that 68% of voters find RCV very or somewhat easy, and 20% found the experience somewhat or very hard. The same report found that older voters were more likely to report difficulty with this voting method. Had this voting method been in place since 2005, 9 of the 26 primaries would have required RCV due to having more than 2 candidates running. Of those 9, 6 had no majority winner in the initial round of vote counts, meaning subsequent rounds of vote counts would have been needed to determine a majority winner. Prada's research found that there are many factors to consider if CalPERS were to implement RCV. The voting method may change from year to year depending on the number of qualified candidates, which would likely require ongoing voter education or potentially lead to voter confusion. Ballot changes would result in extra costs related to the production and printing times. Additional development time would be needed to emulate the same user experience for the online voting system. Our current telephone voting would need to be eliminated as an available option due to the complexity of ranking candidates using a keypad. It would require amendments to the CalPERS Board election regulations. Ballot processing could take longer. A more complex ballot could lead to more ballot errors that would need to be adjudicated. Our current board election vendor does not have its own RCV tabulation system, and it would require a year or more to develop. We would need to revise our recount procedures for an RCV election and work with our board election vendor to ensure that the necessary technology is developed to conduct the recount. Because of the complexity of counting votes in an RCV election, a recount by hand would be impractical. While most jurisdictions using RCV have reported success, the 2022 Oakland School Board race highlights the challenges that can arise with this method. In that race, a programming error in the tabulation system resulted in a candidate wrongly declared the winner. The link to that complete article about this election is included in Attachment 3. CalPERS undergoes a contract bidding process every election cycle, which doesn't guarantee a continued partnership with our current board election vendor in the next or future election cycles. The current vendor has a one-time licensing fee which is paid out in the first election conducted in that election cycle. Because vendors may change from one election cycle to another, it's impossible to know if there would be a benefit from a one-time development fee paid to the current vendor. Prada also conducted a cost analysis of each of the voting methods that I've mentioned today, where they reviewed board election costs from the past 5 election cycles and the estimated costs to implement RCV, which were provided by our vendor. The analysis determined that RCV would have cost CalPERS 11% more, or about $880,000 per election when compared to majority voting costs. This increase comes from a variety of factors which I've mentioned, such as a lengthier and more complex ballot, which would also automatically increase printing, production, and ballot processing costs. Developing a ranked choice voting system that can accept votes from multiple voting channels, such as online and mail-in paper ballots, and tabulate them also adds to higher costs. In comparison, plurality voting would have saved CalPERS 23%, or $1.9 million, since it would have eliminated the need for runoffs. Modified plurality voting with a 40% threshold in place for the winning candidate would have saved CalPERS 14%, or $1.4 million, since it would have eliminated 4 of the 6 runoffs that CalPERS held. The complete cost breakdown is provided in Attachment 4. Voter education and outreach costs weren't included in the cost analysis. However, we did ask other jurisdictions to share their costs. Cambridge, Massachusetts reported the lowest voter education cost at 33 cents per voter, which included a voter pamphlet. The state of Alaska reported spending about $4.69 per voter, which included voter education materials distributed through traditional media, digital media, direct mail, and educational videos. They also partnered with a vendor to build a mobile application to host a mock election and provide voter guidance. Their cost doesn't include expenses related to translating materials into as many as 10 languages. Palm Desert also partnered with a vendor for their educational efforts, which included mailers, flyers, and all advertising. Their average cost was $3.36 per voter. Berkeley stated that costs have come down significantly since their first RCV election because voters are now familiar with the system. The complete table is included in Attachment 4. Apart from looking at voting methods and costs, Prada also reviewed industry and peer jurisdiction practices among peer pension systems and U.S. elections at all levels. Plurality and majority voting are used most frequently. In California, other voting methods like RCV are increasing in popularity. 6 California cities have already implemented RCV, and some others are planning to do so in the future. RCV is also used in several professional associations and educational organizations. This ends my report on the election methods research. I'll now shift to the stakeholder engagement done by Sterl. In June 2023, 4 90-minute focus groups were conducted remotely with CalPERS members to investigate a variety of topics, including board election participation. In these groups, retirees expressed a high level of engagement in CalPERS board elections, largely driven by wanting to protect their retirement investments. Active members indicated that their lack of participation in CalPERS board elections was due in part of their confidence in CalPERS' good performance, but expressed a desire for more election information. In these focus groups, participants were also asked whether there was a preference for the current majority voting system or for changing it to RCV. There was no clear preference for RCV, but some recognized that it could potentially be a cost-cutting measure. The complete focus group report, which was prepared by EMC Research Incorporated, was shared with the board at the July 2023 offsite meeting. This includes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right. Are there any questions for Dallas? Are there any comments that any board member would like to make? Ms. Taylor.
Am I on?
Yes.
I am. Okay. So, Dallas, I had received some correspondence, so I had a couple of questions. There was some contention with our saying that it would cost more, and then there was another assertion that there's lots of vendors that do this. So could you kind of go into a little of that? You did cover the costs, and I see it on our board books here, but I guess what I'm looking at is it does look like it may cost less in the long run, but what about the vendors? Because I know that we had a hard enough time finding vendors just to run an election.
Just with regards to our cost assumptions, I'll just make a general statement that the estimates used in the cost analysis were provided by our current election services vendor, Integrity Voting Systems. You know, we sought this information from IVS because of their knowledge of the CalPERS election requirements, industry experience, and because IVS is CalPERS' current vendor for election services. IVS has been a CalPERS election services vendor for the past 2 election cycles and is contracted to continue to provide election services through 2025. Staff can see cost estimate information for RCV implementation from additional vendors if the board provides direction to that effect. I would just also add that, having read that correspondence that the board received, there's a lot that goes into administering our board election, from partnering with our public affairs office and our board elections team in the creation and development of our ballot package. The vendor also prints packages and mails out all of our voting information that goes to our members, which, you know, when considering our mail, it's over 1.2 or 1.3 million ballot packages that are printed, secured, and mailed out. The elections vendor is also responsible for, you know, obviously providing a secure, you know, voting platform via online and telephone, and they have to meet certain federal disability requirements, right, which they do. I would also add that our current vendor is also expected to provide a 24/7 member contact center to help our members during the voting period. They also have to receive and secure all of our paper ballots to the point of our voting period ends, and then the ballot tabulation and extraction begins, right? So outside of just receiving ballots and putting them through a machine and the overall cost for that, there's a lot of other services that the vendor has to provide us to administer an election appropriately.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Mr. Pacheco.
Thank you very much for your report. I just want to kind of piggyback on that vendor aspect of it. It's my understanding that this may be the last year. Are we in the final year of the vendor's contract, or I'm just trying to...
Our board election contract runs through 2025, which would also require them to provide services for our member-at-large election. And then if there was any change, obviously, to our board, they would be required to have to put on an election for us between now and 2025.
So the question is, during the last cycle when we were looking for vendors for this particular issue, how many vendors did we actually get?
I personally reached out to 6 different vendors in this in the election industry. Only 2 responded to our RFP. Yes Elections out of New York and IVS out of Washington.
And after they were selected, and of those 2, it was selected by, was by their expertise, or I'm just trying to understand.
There's various requirements and minimum qualifications that the vendors have to meet and provide, and there is a technical aspect to the scoring through the RFP as well as an interview, and the highest quality vendor, which was IVS, was selected at that time.
In your humble opinion, do you foresee that the next time we go through this cycle, do you feel that we will have more vendors apply for this particular, or same amount? Would it be 2?
Considering that we conducted our RFP, I believe in 2020, we will again do our appropriate research to find out if there's any new vendors that are out there that provide this service, and we will reach out to them and invite them to participate in the RFP. I can guarantee that. I think a lot of the vendors that we spoke to after the fact provided feedback just with regards to CalPERS' scope and scale, and a lot of these election vendors just provide maybe that election piece, and they would have to subcontract out for the printing and the mailing of the ballots and a lot of the other work that we guarantee. The other thing that our vendor had to work through this last period was ensuring that all of our election channels were ADA accessible. That was a major lift for them to ensure that as well.
So, and very good then. So I think I kind of understand now. Thank you very much.
All right. Are there any comments that any of the board members would like to make? And let me ask one question. Dallas, when is the next scheduled time that we will go through another round of elections?
Our next scheduled election is the 2025 member at large.
Okay. So that gives us some time, but not a tremendous amount of time. All right. So I want to thank you for the report and for the work that went into this. This was a very exhaustive study, and I think you covered the territory extremely well. And as someone who has been observing issues around ranked choice voting for most of the last decade, I did not see anything that I thought was missing from your review and your examination. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Middleton. I too want to thank our team over in Prada. They did an amazing job conducting the analysis for us.
All right. So this is Ms. Taylor. Okay. This is an information item, so we are not being asked to take any action today. So let me say, as the chair, based on what I have seen and observed, I am not personally persuaded that a change in our existing election system is necessary or appropriate at this time. I think we have demonstrated with the majority voting that we are ensuring that every person who is elected to this board has in fact received a clear majority of the voters. If there was an issue that's out there in terms of CalPERS that I would love to see us find a solution to, it would be how we would increase the number of individuals who are participating in our election. And while I have heard from advocates of ranked choice voting, that this is the magic key that will unlock a substantial increase in the number of voters. I'm not seeing that that has been the case in those jurisdictions that have taken this on. While it, as the survey here shows, 60% of individuals believe it's relatively easy, another 20% believe it's very difficult. When it comes to elections, I think there are some values that are absolutely essential, and one of those is that individuals feel confident that when they have marked a ballot, that they have accurately marked for the individual that they wish to choose to represent them, and that we then in turn count those ballots as accurately as possible. And making sure that we have that accuracy in both cases, alongside of doing everything that we can to maximize participation and fairness in our elections, I think should be our objective. With that, Ms. Taylor, you had comments?
Yeah, a couple of things. Thank you, Ms. Middleton. I just want to add to this that, yeah, everybody thinks there's a magic button for making more people vote, and it, yeah, never works. I mean, we've been doing online and telephone voting, thinking that would help, and it seems like we're kind of where we have been for each voting cycle that I've been on the board. So I don't know. I appreciate the report. It was fulsome. I've looked at the letter, and I see the counter arguments here for some of this. I will have to say that one of the things that you brought forward with the cost of development, we have to pay for the cost of development because the vendor would have to develop this for us. So that's why the cost of development's in there. But finally, I just want to say the report was great, but I'm not sure that we need to move either, that we need to move forward with this for the November meeting. I don't agree that we should move into ranked choice voting. I think the majority voting that we do with the runoff definitely secures a person that has the majority votes. And I think it's interesting. One of the things I was thinking about, and recently our union voted on this as well, but when you're marking this first, second choice, and you do it early, say you do it early, and then you find something else about those folks that you voted for, and you're just stuck with that person, the second choice person, and you may want to change your vote, right? So you may want that runoff type vote rather than, so that's where you sort of get hemmed in. And then finally, I just, I don't know, it came up on my email, Ms. Middleton, there's a public comment before we make a decision here, so.
All right, thank you. Before we move on to any public comments, Controller Cohen is on the phone, and I would like to give the floor to her.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. It's Malia. I'll just be calling in today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, are there any other comments from the board? No. All right, hearing none, we have 3 public comments, and I'd like to begin with the 2 callers that are on the phone, and then we will move to everyone who's here in the audience.
Good morning, Madam Chair. We have Charles Weber to speak to item 5B. Go ahead, Charles.
Good morning, Board. My name is Charles Weber. I live here in Sacramento. I've also am a member of Fair Vote. Fair Vote is a national organization that deals with elections and primarily ranked choice voting. I would just like to start with saying that if you want to get information, I think on ranked choice voting, probably one of the organizations you want to approach would be Fair Vote. It would also be an organization to check for vendors in California that can handle Fair Vote. As you know, there's a number of cities in California that currently use ranked choice voting. And one of the things that was just mentioned was that by having the regular system, that it's just easier for people, and I'm not sure that's entirely true. The thing that I look for in an election system is how democratic it is. And it seems to me that our current system lacks a certain amount of democracy. For example, a candidate that might be preferred by a majority of the voters might actually be the person that comes in third on the first round. And that person wouldn't have a chance to have voters express their preference because it's been eliminated because of only the top two advancing to the runoff. As far as plurality, it basically is an oversimplification, but it often means that a majority of the people end up voting for somebody that didn't get elected, and that the person elected is opposed by a majority of the voters. One thing that wasn't mentioned in the outreach was New York City has recently went through a RCV election, and I thought it was interesting that of the 51 city council members, that a clear majority, I think it was 29, were women. And of those, 25 were women of color. Almost one more and they would have had a majority. And so I think that's a system that, wasn't studied. Also, I think that one thing we should probably look for is a state vendor. Maybe you can't find a state vendor, and maybe that's where you might want to ask an organization such as Fair Vote.
Mr. Weber, your
for
three
some advice
minutes
on
have been exhausted.
Okay, then I won't mention the Oscars or any of the other stuff. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller, please.
Yes, Madam Chair, our next caller is Stephen Hill, speaking to item 5B.
Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Hello? Great, thank you very much. Good morning. Pleasure to join you today. My name's Stephen Hill. I'm an elections consultant, co-founder of Fair Vote, and the architect of the ranked choice voting system in California. I was in touch with staff earlier in the summer, offered to be a source of information on some of these this item, but did not hear back from staff. So in reading the report, I sent you I understand you've had a copy of my response to the report. There are a number of inaccuracies in the report. Things, for example, phone voting would have to be eliminated. No, that's not true. More complex ballot, lengthier ballot. No, that's not true. The open school board, it was a programming error. That's not true. It was a human error, and human errors happen in a lot of elections in the United States, including in our presidential election, including in a lot of non-ranked choice voting elections. The voter education costs in Alaska and Palm Desert. Well, Alaska is a state that's 4 times the size of California. They're going to have a lot higher voting education costs than you're going to have in an election like this. I outlined in my memo the types of things you could do for voter education that would cost you, pennies on the dollar. A lot of the numbers cited for the voter education costs, as well as implementation costs, were original costs when, for example, San Francisco, where I live, for the first election, they spent $1 million on voter education. It was way overkill, but they really wanted to make sure this was the first RCV election done in the United States. They wanted to make sure it went well. So they spent a lot of money, but since then the ongoing costs have come way, way down compared to the numbers being cited in that report. In terms of the cost for running an RCV election, the costs come from your existing vendor who does not have RCV capability. So they're giving you what looks to me like very highball numbers, because I contacted 3 vendors in the United States that can do RCV elections for you, and I had responses back from them within 48 hours. And all of them said that they could do this for a lot less money. For example, the city of Santa Fe recently put in place ranked choice voting. It costed $25,000 to add the RCV capability. So if you actually had an estimate there from an existing vendor that can do RCV for you, I think you'd find the numbers are far, far lower than what staff have cited in their report. And in fact, the staff did in fact talk with a vendor that has RCV capability, and they did not ask that vendor for an estimate. I don't know why they didn't ask that vendor who can do RCV and does RCV elections here in California for an estimate, but for some reason they didn't. And there are options available to you. RCV is used in over 60 cities in the United States. 5 states are using it in one way or another. In terms of the things that staff have to do for your elections, mailing ballots, most vendors today, pretty much all vendors mail ballots. In fact, the states of South Carolina and Louisiana use overseas ballots.
Have been exhausted. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and perhaps down the road we can revisit this conversation, and we'd be happy to work with staff and the board to come up with a good report for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Next caller.
Our next caller is for item 5E, public comment.
Are you?
Not sure if that's.
We're not yet to 5E. We are on 5B as in boy.
Okay.
We will
so no more callers for 5.
Are you calling on 5E? We will call you back when it is the appropriate time. Thank you. Mr. McRitchie, I think it's your turn, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much. I'd like to especially thank Ms. Walker for, during our last session on this issue, asking staff to go back and do an objective report. I know that most of the board members do not favor ranked choice voting. You look at the Oakland elections and you say, okay, we didn't get the candidate we wanted. And of course, I look at presidential elections and say, well, I didn't get the candidate I wanted, and if we had ranked choice voting, probably would have. But, one of the things is, when I look at this report, I think back to when I was testifying before Adam Schiff, when he was a state senator, about things going on at CalPERS. And ironically, one of my confidants at that point was Fred Brunrostro, who at that point was not the CEO of CalPERS. That happened later. Now, there's a lot of things in this report that, and I'm not saying that staff is corrupt, I'm not saying that at all, but I'm saying if they were, they might not go to a vendor that actually does ranked choice voting and ask them, what would the cost be? They might not talk to the Secretary of State's office to find out, oh, it's not complicated to figure out how votes would be counted under ranked choice voting because the Secretary of State's office has established a method for that. They might not look at the fact that the method doesn't change when you have ranked choice voting. You don't go back and forth between plurality voting and ranked choice voting. When you have 2 candidates, you rank 1 and 2. Now that's a lot easier than ranking 5 candidates. And one of the things, one of the canards here is that older people and some people find ranked choice voting harder. Okay, well, I find ranked choice voting harder because if I've got to pick out one candidate out of 5, well, that's pretty easy. But if I'm looking at 5 candidates and I want to rank them by preference, well, that takes a little bit more work. So it's not because old people or some people are confused about how to rank their choices. It's about, okay, do I want to leave, if we got 5 candidates, do I want to only count 4 and or 3, and leave the others blank? Or do I want to be a good citizen and fill out each choice? So yes, it's a little bit harder, but the counting method doesn't change. As Stephen said, telephone voting, they can do that. It takes the same amount of time. It takes the same amount of time to do a recount. So I think if you look at this report, and why didn't staff, we came here, we testified, we made the offer that we were here. We will connect you to people that do ranked choice voting. We will help you make an objective report. If you take an action, it looks like you're going to take no action, just let it fall by the wayside. But, even that's a decision. And you're making a decision, it appears, based on a report that by no means can be considered to be objective. It just doesn't make sense. So I think, I hope you will ask staff to go back. Now, if I was on the board, I would not want to change the rules to be effective before the next contractor expires. I would make it so that, okay, these rules take effect the time that you're going through the next contract cycle. So obviously the current contractor wouldn't be able to handle this. They'd have to hire somebody else. It'd cost way more money. So I hope you will look at this, ask staff to do an objective report, work with us to make sure that they've gotten our feedback before they present it to you. Any questions for me?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Shaler?
Thank you. I just kind of want to give staff a moment to respond to some of these claims if you want. But also, I think everybody knows that people are very passionate about ranked choice voting. People are very passionate about plurality voting. I don't think either one makes democracy more fair than the other. But if we're talking about the presidential election, Mr. McRitchie, that's because of our electoral college. That's not because of ranked choice voting or lack thereof. So if staff doesn't want to answer to that, I'm looking at our report, and I think it's a very fulsome report. There's some assertions here that, we should go to your folks or whoever. It looks like they went to a lot of different folks to look at this. So, but regardless, everybody's very passionate about one way or the other. We just went through this in my union. I get it. But it is up to the pleasure of the board at this point.
With that, we don't have any other public comments. Are there any further questions, comments, or directions from the board? Hearing none, we will move on to item 5C, and thank you. 5C, investment return impact on employer contributions. Mr. Trondo and Go ahead, Scott.
All right, good morning. Members of the committee, Scott Trando with the Actuarial Office. Every year at this time, after the investment return comes out, we get a lot of questions about what's the impact on contributions, when is the timing on the contributions, and we thought it would be beneficial to present this item and provide stakeholders and the members of this committee an idea of how the rate of return impacts employer contributions, the timing, and just give information and provide some guidance to both employers and board members about how contributions work and the impact. So with that, I'm going to pass it to Carrie Worgan, who's going to step through our presentation.
Good morning, board members. Carrie Worgan, Actuarial Office. The Actuarial Office just recently completed valuation reports for state and schools at June 30th, 2022, and for all the public agencies at 2022. Those reports will then affect the rates following in fiscal year 23-24 for state and schools, and for 24-25 for our public agencies. Those valuation reports were based on a set of actuarial assumptions that the board approved during our asset liability management cycle back in 2021. Those assumptions rely on assumed experience, and our valuation reports reflect the actual experience over a one-year period. Typically, the gains and losses reflect investment returns, payroll changes, some benefit changes, and some of the other demographic assumptions like mortality, longevity, termination, and retirements. Historically, we've seen that investment returns represent about 85% of our gains and losses. So it's the big item. Now, these assumptions themselves represent long-term expectations. So we're typically looking 20 or more years into the future and setting the assumptions based on that long-term perspective. So while we know that there's some fluctuation on a year-by-year basis, we don't rely on the short-term period to change our assumptions. The next, so the asset liability review back in 2021 and the experience study of 2021 have a 4-year timeline. The mid-cycle review for the asset liability cycle is 2023. And at that point, we kind of review the capital market assumptions, some strategic asset allocations, and there will be more details following in November of this year on that. At this point, we are not recommending any changes to our assumptions during the mid-cycle review. Now, the investment return reporting, you'll notice that preliminary rates come from our investment office in July. That was the 5.8 that was reported. And those rates get finalized at the end of September. You'll also note that the ACFR, the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, gets published in November. And that report reflects the final return for the year. So there's always a little bit of a true up at the end of the fiscal year because of private equity and real asset valuations. And that report gets published in November, and those are the assets that we use to reflect in our valuation reports going forward. As an example, you can see the last 3 years here on the slide. You'll see that fiscal year 21-22, the preliminary number was negative 6.1 that was reported. The final number that comes out in the ACFR was negative 7.5. So you'll see that for fiscal year 22-23, the preliminary number is the 5.8. The final number will be known within the next month or so. All right, so I just want to step through what that investment loss, we see that a 5.8 has been reported. Our assumed return is 6.8, so we have effectively a 1% investment loss. And what does that translate into our public agencies in terms of additional costs going forward? So this hypothetical plan has $100 million in assets at 6/30/2022. We assumed that they were going to earn the 6.8, so the expected assets would have been 1.6.8. The actual, based on the 5.8 preliminary, comes in at 105.8, so that $1 million loss now has to be amortized over the next 20 years going forward by the agency. So we take that $1 million loss at June 30th, 2023. We have to roll it forward 2 more years before they start paying it down in 25-26. So the $1 million loss grows at 6.8% for 2 years, and then they start making payments on that on a ramp because it's an investment loss. So there's a 5-year ramp up, and then level payments for the balance of the 20-year period. And you can see this example that $1 million loss translates into an additional contribution for that agency of $24,517, and again, on a 5-year ramp, climbs up to $122,587. Now, this example is actually quite helpful because if I have a plan with $10 million of assets, I'm just going to take 10% of those payments, and so you're going to make a payment of $2,400. It also gives the ability, when we finalize the return, for example, if the final return was 6%, we can then take 80% of these payments as a representative of what their contributions would be. Finally, we also make available to all our agencies the Pension Outlook tool, where they can actually go in for their particular plan and input that 5.8% return in the first year, or whatever the final rate happens to be, and model what their contribution impacts will be for their particular plans. You'll also see on here that we also build in some other parameters for like PEPR transition. Under our baseline assumption, we assume a 15-year transition through PEPR. So what they will see when they run the model is an expectation of what their, on the blue line, what their funded status impact would have been. And this is just a representative plan that I pulled out of Pension Outlook. You'll see that there's a slight decline in their funded status from the baseline down to the model. And you'll also see the red line being the employer rate, a slight increase. And you can kind of see that that tracks up a little bit for the first 5 years and then declines as those existing bases fall off and get paid off. The model also reflects, as I said, the PEPR transition, that there is some sort of cost savings built into the projection by assuming a transition over a 15-year period. So with that, I'm going to pass it on to Scott if he has any comments on the PEPR.
Yeah, I'll just add a few more comments about including the PEPR and the PEPR savings. As the boards where we switched the PEPR benefits about 10 years ago, and there's been savings throughout the last 10 years and going forward. Right now, if we look at the whole total population for the system, I think we have around 60% PEPR members. If we compare that to our expected values, if we go back 10 years and look at what we expected 10 years ago to where we are now, we're I think within about 5% for the plans in terms of where we expected the population to be. I think we're a little bit further along with the miscellaneous members. I think we're around 5% more. For the safety members, we're seeing a little bit less than expected, around 5% less in terms of head count. Keep in mind, when we talk about PEPRA and the impact on savings, a lot of those savings are based on the payroll of the members as opposed to the head count. And those numbers are different. While we have, like I mentioned previously, we were within about 5% on the plus side for miscellaneous members and a little on the negative side for safety members. When we look at like where we expected payroll to be, we see that safety is around 10% less than where we expected. And so what that is telling us is the savings aren't as high as what we anticipated. For miscellaneous members, we're a bit closer. We plan to do a more thorough analysis and bring those numbers back to this committee in November as part of the funding levels risk report, where we'll present both past savings and anticipated savings for the next 10 and 20 years going forward, and give some estimates on impact on rates for employers on the PEPRA side. So that's just a little bit of additional information. The pension outlook, it allows you to kind of see where things are going with PEPRA, and one way of trying to put some perspective on this is you can eliminate PEPRA going forward, and you can see what kind of impact a particular employer would have in terms of rates. And so you can get, we're talking generalities here, but using Pension Outlook, you can get a little bit more specific for employers. And with that, I think we'll open up for questions.
All right, thank you. Carrie, could we go back to the slide where you're showing the 5-year that is added in and then the progression? Yes, that one. Thank you. So, and this is a good chart. Now, in the example that you're giving, there was in effect a $1 million loss in 1 year. But we have a rolling 5 years. So how do you calculate in the other 4 years into this process, or the other years?
Okay, so you're talking about, we have a $1 million loss for the 1 year.
Right.
That gets ramped in, so you have a progression over the next 5. Are you talking like additional years of investment losses?
Yes.
So
which could have been losses, which could have been gains.
Right. So the existing or the past investment returns are reflected in your amortization schedule. So you'll see a schedule of what happened, right, and then the payments that are progressing on there. And then going forward, if you want to model like Pension Outlook can do and say, well, if we assume an 8% return next year or a 4% return, that will kick up a new loss or gain base, and it will be amortized again over a 20-year period with a 5-year ramp.
All right, thank you. Mr. Pacheco. Get you up here.
Yes, thank you, Scott. Thank you, gentlemen. Regarding this, so I want to go back to that particular question on the, first of all, the PEPRA. You mentioned that we are now at 60% PEPRA versus Classic. Is that right, Scott?
Yeah, that's the latest numbers we got from our running through our memberships.
And
yes.
This has begun since 2013. Do you foresee that even accelerating even further to get to maybe 70, 80?
I think, it's been fairly constant, about 4 to 5%. But as you get more and more PEPRA members, that rate's going to come down, because you're going to have the people, Classic members, who kind of work through the system, and it really depends on. We'd have to look at our projections and see the remaining Classic members and look at some projections on that. I think. During the last few years during COVID, maybe a number of people retired earlier. We had a higher number of people retiring earlier. And so that bumped up, the attrition of the Classic members. And then I think what's going to happen probably is that retirement rates are going to come down. And so you may just get turnover from PEPRA members to new PEPRA members, and less Classic retiring in the next several years. Okay. So I think, the rate's it will continue in terms of the amount of PEPRA members are going to continue to increase, but I think at a slower pace than what we've seen.
Okay, thank you for that question. The next question I have asked is regarding the loss. In this hypothetical, we had the $1 million loss. It's just one hypothetical, but it's my understanding that we also have some of the public agencies have the Section 115. It's that prepaid, I believe it's the prepaid pension trust. Is that being utilized a lot? Are there a lot more agencies utilizing that? And it appears that it could be helpful for other stakeholders in this area. If you guys can elaborate on that, it'd be great.
You want me to take it?
Yeah. I don't have the number of agencies that are actually utilizing the 115 trust. We could provide that information to the board in a follow-up note in terms of how many agencies have a 115 trust and what the assets are. But what that allows is flexibility for those agencies in terms of When we have losses, they can use it. They can transfer money from the 115 trust to cover increased costs. I think the 115 trust provides employers the ability to level out the contributions over the years, because it allows them to transfer assets when there's losses, and when there's additional gains, they may be able to take that money and set aside in the 115 trust for these type of purchases.
So it's kind of a piggy bank then, basically.
Yeah, and it's up to the employers. The employers have several options. A number of employers will make additional contributions on their unfunded, where they pay it down immediately, and some will choose to put it in the 115 trust. So you have choices for employers and where they put the money. Do they want to put it into the system, up front and see a reduction in costs immediately, or do they want to kind of have the ability to manage when they pay those contributions and how they pay them?
And my last question, just on a correlate with respect to that, is in the pension outlook, does that take into account those kinds of savings? You could add, compute the savings if you were to use the Section 115 and figure out savings. Is that possible?
At the present time, we do not have a 115 trust feature in there, and we're really looking at pension assets within the PERF. But it does give them the ability to download all that information, the 30-year budget sheet of all their costs. And I've talked to a few agencies that use their 115 trust and supplement that, so they understand that if we have a bad year, we can use that as a rate stabilization account and use some of that money out of that account in bad years, or in good years to put money back into that account and use it within their budgeting overall.
Very, very good then. Thank you so much.
Director Pacheco, as of our most current report, we have 89 agencies that are participating in the pre-funding trust.
And out of total of how many of our agencies?
1,700.
A little over 1,500.
So there's room for
It's still fairly new, so I mean.
Fairly new.
Yeah, and the schools can't participate yet, so that's part of the.
Is that something that so schools can't participate at all? Okay.
I believe there's legislation out this year to allow them.
Yes.
Or proposed legislation that will allow them to participate. So that is being looked at.
Oh, very good then. Thank you very much for that information.
Ms. Taylor?
Oh, thank you, Chair Middleton. So I thought about this when I was looking through this. So I'm going to light your hair on fire. Sorry, Scott. But our employers and our Pepper employees kind of suffer when we have a good year too. And that's because of our smoothing for the 20 years, right? The buyback of the rates or the buy down of the rates if we do really well. And we implemented that. I was on the board when we implemented that. I'm wondering if we need to continue that right now. I mean, I know we can make the choice not to implement it, but we can also make the choice to implement it if we get rid of it. So you understand what I'm talking about?
You're talking about the ramp up?
The ramp. No, the 20-year. The buy down, the rate buy down.
Oh, the rate buy down. Well, that's a separate policy. That's the risk mitigation policy.
But I'm just watching as we're in a down year, and the year before we were in a good year, and the employers got hit both times. So
yeah. I mean, that's a separate policy. I think if we want to revisit it, then that'd be up to the board.
Okay.
Bring that policy back.
Okay, it's a thought.
Yeah. So what you're saying is back in 2021, when the risk mitigation policy dropped the discount rate 0.2%.
Yes.
That's right. Okay.
Yes. And then thereby increasing.
Yeah. So keep in mind with the risk mitigation policy, it doesn't all. It's designed so it doesn't take when it drops the discount rate, the costs are covered with the remaining gain. So,
but that's not necessarily true, because when we discounted, it hits the employer.
Yeah. So the unfunded liability is pretty much offset for the employers. So if when we dropped the discount rate, the unfunded liability went up, and it used about half of the gain, and the remaining gain offset that unfunded liability. So when we had the gain, there was basically no benefit to the employers. The rate stayed the same on for the unfunded. Now on the normal cost side, dropping the discount rate increases the normal cost.
Exactly.
And that would hit the PEPR members.
Right.
So that's the policy. Could only address trying to balance the cost on the unfunded, but it didn't address the normal cost side.
Right, but we wouldn't have thought about reducing the rate had we not had that return. Right? That's how it works.
It was kind of both, because remember, it hit during the middle of the ALM policy. So, the rate was reduced because of the risk mitigation policy, but we were also doing an ALM during that time. And so, those kind of ran into one another. And so it's difficult to say where we would have landed with the ALM if we hadn't dropped that discount rate going into the ALM session.
Okay, like I said, it would light your head on fire. So,
yes.
If Ms. Middleton wants to look at that at a different time, that would be a thought.
I think that is something to consider at a different time.
Thank you.
Mr. Rubalcaba.
Thank you, Scott. Actuarial policy, we have to remember it's actuarial, it's not accounting. And so we have to look at the long range. So I appreciate that presentation, and I'm glad we have models to help employers look at it. And I think what employers look for is stability. They don't like the volatility from that happens when we have positive 22% and then a negative 5 point, and then the negative then 5.81% low. So I think that's what the beauty of actuarial is. It allows you that smoothing opportunity to approach. And so maybe an educational thing would be helpful, Mr. Chair. But I think this is very good, and we should look at it. And if we look at your chart, in the long term, yes, there will be immediate impact on the employer, a slight increase, but long term, the funded liability will decrease as a percentage. The funded ratio will increase, employer contributions will decrease, and we'll have a more stable and secure retirement for our members and the beneficiaries. So I think that's the beauty of actuarial science. So I appreciate that, but I think educational would be helpful. Thank you very much, Scott.
Thank you, and I second those comments. I can tell you public employers greatly appreciate predictability and stability, and the ability to budget for these costs. So I thank my colleagues. I'm not seeing any other questions or comments, and so thank you, gentlemen, for a great report. With that, we've come to item 5D, which is summary of committee direction.
Madam Chair, I just took down one thing, and it was to bring back the risk mitigation policy for discussion. I don't know if you want that as an information item or just as educational. Okay. That's all I have.
With that, we will move on to 5E, and we had the lady that was trying to make public comment earlier.
Yes, Madam Chair, we have William Stewart. Go ahead, William.
Hello, this may be related to 5A, CalPERS strategy to ensure members have access to equitable, high quality, affordable health care. Are you able to hear me clearly?
We can hear you, but
hello?
We can hear you, sir, but this is not a conversation on healthcare. That will come up later today.
Okay. When should who would I talk to find out about the Health and Pension Committee schedule?
If
it was posted to be 9 o'clock.
Sure. If you will remain on the line, we will have someone work with you offline and arrange for that.
Okay.
Mr. Palkey, did you have a comment? Yeah. There we go.
Thank you, Chair. Just really quickly, I don't want to start the day off on a wrong note. It's, you know, we're all passionate about our different views and things of that sort. And on a day where we, especially today, where we're going to appreciate staff for their hard work, I just want to share my appreciation to the management teams and to the staff for all the hard work and the data that was presented this morning, because I know that there's a lot of hours, a lot of lost sleep that goes into preparing all of this work. So I just want to share my appreciation for that. Thank you.
Right. Here, here. All right, thank you. We are adjourned for the Finance and Administration Committee. We will convene the Risk and Audit Committee in 5 minutes.
We'll just start at 10 o'clock.
We will resume with Risk and Audit at 10 a.m. Thank you.
to order. So if you'll take your seats, we'll get started. So our first order of business is the roll call.
Present. David Miller.
Here.
Lisa Middleton.
Excused.
Controller Malia Cohen.
Present.
Patrick Henning for Fiona Ma. Jose Luis Pacheco.
Present.
Ramon Rubacava.
Present.
Melissa Willette.
Thank you. So the first item on our actual agenda here is the executive report. And that I'll call on Mr. Fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning committee members. My name is Kevin Fine, CalPERS team member and Chief Compliance Officer. As you may have noticed, there are no action agenda items to be presented to committee today. Next committee in November, we will be bringing the annual independent audited financial statements along with the independent auditor's management letter from BDO, and they will be here. Concludes my report. Happy to take any questions.
Okay. Not seeing. Let me make sure I've got this working right. Yep, not seeing any requests to speak, so thank you for that comprehensive report. Okay, so moving on to action consent items. Pleasure of the committee. Moved by Pacheco, seconded by Director Willette. Any discussion on the matter? Hearing none, I'll call for the question, and we'll do this by roll call since we have someone online.
Controller Cohen.
Aye.
Jose Luis Pacheco. Ramon Rubacava.
Aye.
Melissa Willette.
Okay, the motion passes. So that brings us to information consent items. I have no request to pull any of these items. Going once, going twice, gone. So we move on to our information agenda items. So back to Mr. Fine for a summary of committee direction.
I could be mistaken, Mr. Chair, but I don't think I heard any direction.
I believe I concur with that that assessment.
We're on the same page.
And so this brings us to 6D, public comment. I don't see any requests to comment on this at this time. So with no objection, I will recess us into closed session, and so we'll be doing items 1 to 3 from the closed session agenda. We'll immediately reconvene in open session after the closed session. So thank you, and we'll clear the room and go into our closed session now. Hey, we're back in open session of the Risk and Audit Committee, and with no objections, I will adjourn the meeting. Seeing no objections, we are adjourned, and we'll be back for PHBC in, 10 minutes? So, okay, so that'll bring us back at about 10:36. I'm at 10:46. It's 10:36 now, so back in 10:46 for Chairman Rubalcaba.
Jose Luis Pacheco.
Present.
Controller Malia Cohen.
Present.
David Miller.
Here.
Arena Ortega. Kevin Palke.
Morning.
Teresa Taylor.
Here.
Yvonne Walker.
Here.
Melissa Willett.
Here.
Thank you, Tron. And now we have to go into closed session, so we will see you shortly, I suppose. Thank Welcome, everybody.
Ramon, your microphone.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for your patience while we did some business. So now we back to the public session and of the Pension and Health Benefits Committee. And the next item is executive report from Don Mose and Kim.
Good morning, or good afternoon. Sorry, Pension and Health Benefits Committee, Kim Wong, CalPERS team member. I wanted to give you an update today on the PBI breach statistics, an update on our retiree warrants project, yesterday's day one health open enrollment calls to our call center, and the next CalPERS benefit education event. On September 6th, an email notification was sent to approximately 520,000 retirees, reminding them that they have until September 30th to register for the 2 years of Experian credit monitoring. These are the retiree emails that we have on file out of the 769,000 members that were impacted. After September 30th, as a reminder, these codes will expire. With that reminder email, we received over 13,000 emails to our CalPERS PBI mailbox just in the last 2 weeks. The majority of the emails were retirees requesting their activation codes. Over 7,000 of those emails came in on the very first day. Knowing we needed to respond to these emails as quickly as possible, we reached out to the Senior Leadership Council, which are the division chiefs here at CalPERS, and asked them for their assistance, theirs and their leaderships. We had over 100 leaders raise their hands, including division chiefs, SSM 3s and SSM 2s, and information officers in public affairs that jumped in that day and helped us with the mailbox. They answered over 3,000 emails that very first day. It was truly one team. I'm so thankful for all of their help. Again, since most of the questions were requesting their personal activation code, by Friday, that next day, IT developed a script to send the personal activation codes to those remaining in the mailbox requesting their codes. Also on Friday, IT loaded all of the personal activation codes in the retirees' MyCalPERS account, which then pushed an email notifying them that their account had been updated so that they could get their code in their MSS account. By late Friday, we were able to say thank you to the large team for helping us, and the smaller team of CSS leadership, 7 of us, have been able to manage the mailbox since that date. Since June, we've answered a total of 16,500 emails from members in that mailbox. Again, 13,000 of those 16,000 just in the last 2 weeks. Our CalPERS call center has received 6,800 calls with an approximate wait time of 6 minutes, and our regional offices have received about 370 questions during visits. Experian has received almost 60,000 calls with a hold time of 2 minutes. Call wait times increased at the beginning of August when PBI sent letters to their members that were impacted by the breach. When the call wait times increased, we added an additional 25 call center agents again with Experian, like we did at the beginning of July, to reduce the wait times for our members. Most importantly, we've had a total of almost 183,000 retirees register for the credit monitoring, which is around 24%. As a reminder, the average credit monitoring signups when a social security number is involved is 4 to 6% per Experian. So really proud of the 24% so far that we've received from our retirees. Last time I updated you in July, which is 2 months ago, an additional 56,000 retirees have registered for the credit monitoring. It's been reported that more than 1,000 organizations and 60 million people have been impacted, and this number is still increasing. During October Cybersecurity Awareness Month, Public Affairs will include information in our retiree and active member newsletters regarding consumer protection tips. Moving on to retiree warrants. We've been working with our internal information technology team to identify solutions which would provide retirees access to the remittance advice information. Remittance advices contain the deduction information when a person's payment is automatically deposited into the retiree's financial institution. During the pandemic, the paper printing of the remittance advice was suspended due to a number of reasons, as Controller Yee explained at the July 2022 board offsite. Those reasons included supply chain issues with the type of paper the advice was printed on and sustainability reasons. At At our January stakeholder forum, a number of retirees asked about these advices, and since that time, we've been identifying solutions that would give access to this information from CalPERS. We're pleased to be able to offer 2 new options to our retirees coming soon. The first is in addition to our current interactive voice response or phone system, our 1888 CalPERS number, which will allow members to check their warrant amount, including details like itemized gross amounts and deductions. This new functionality incorporates a secure authentication method, ensuring the protection of their personal information. But once authenticated, members can navigate the phone menu to access information about the retirement check. This functionality will be available in early October. In addition, an app is being developed that will push an email or text to the retired members monthly, and will allow them to see their warrant information within My CalPERS at a click of a button. This new functionality incorporates a secure authentication method, again, that requires members to input their My CalPERS login and password, along with a code for multi-factor authentication, ensuring, again, protection of their personal information. Once authenticated, members can immediately see their retirement check details and scroll down for previous month's warrants. This functionality will begin in January. We believe these new options will provide greater convenience for our members in a secure environment. I shared this information during the retiree stakeholder in August. I appreciate the support, ideas, and the patience of our retiree stakeholder groups. Moving on to the first day of health open enrollment calls to our call center, we received around 7,500 calls yesterday with about a 15-minute hold time. As a reminder, we are staffed for about 3,000 calls. This, along with the PBI breach calls for the final days, is taxing our CalPERS call center. All call center managers are answering calls along with the QA team, in addition to the regular call center agents. Just want to thank them for hanging in there, doing their very best job, and helping our members. I'll conclude my comments with that our next CalPERS Benefit Education event, or CB, will be virtual and held December 5th and 6th. We've averaged just over 3,200 attendees for each of our virtual CBs. As a reminder, we host 2 virtual CBs per fiscal year and 3 in-person CBs. That concludes my remarks, and I can turn it over to Tom Molds.
Thank you, Ms. Mall. Before we continue, Mr. Pacheco had a question.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you, Ms. Mall, for your elegant report here. I'd like to go back to the remittance question. So you've mentioned that there is now some new functionality with respect to the voice, or as you were saying, voice or text. Can you explain that and just elaborate on that if you can a little bit?
So they will, starting in October is when the phone, the IVR system will be up and running, and so the member could, a retiree could call our 1-800 CalPERS number, the 1888 CalPERS number, and they would then say push 1 to hear your remittance advice, and then they would have to authenticate with like their CalPERS ID number and then birth date or other things. And then once they authenticate, then they can go through and listen to your check amount was this amount, which included this amount in IRMA and this amount in pay, and then here are your deductions. If you want to hear deductions, press this number, and your deductions were this, this, and this. And it would then give them their net amount.
And that would give them their net amount. And this functionality would work on any phone? It wouldn't be just an iPhone or a smartphone, right?
It would work on anything that's not a rotary.
Not a rotary. Well, I hope those are gone, long gone by now, but yeah, you never know. You never know.
Never know.
Also, the other question on the January, the application, the app. Now, is that a web app or is that a mobile app?
It's going to be used on any modality. They can use it on their web or they can use it on their phone. They'll get an email or a text push, and they can click on the link and then validate who they are, and then they can see, they have to put in their, it'll be behind My CalPERS, it'll be behind the pen.
Okay, yes.
So they log in to their My CalPERS account, basically. But right now, when you log into My CalPERS account, I know this because I tried it, there's 8 different clicks to get to the actual warrant information. This will be, the warrant will come directly up in front.
So it'll be like a one-time click.
Yeah, they register, or they log in and it will pop up for them.
Oh, wonderful. That is That is awesome then in terms of all this. And this, again, that functionality will be in January. The
IVR. Interactive voice response.
Interactive voice response will be in October. So those will happen. And then the last question is, are we still doing the Rittman's papers for persons that are over 80 or 85? Is that still an option?
We started in July, sending printed warrants to those that are 80 and above that had called in during that 3-year period asking for a warrant. So if they had reached out and said that they needed a printed warrant, then they are part of the smaller group that's getting a warrant from State Controller's Office.
And that's on a monthly, quarterly basis?
A monthly basis.
Monthly basis. Okay, very good then. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco. Kevin Pocky, please.
Thank you. I just want to again say thank you to the team for the work that you're doing with the PBI issue. I know I've only spoken to the stakeholders that I've spoken to, so I can only speak on their behalf. But I've only heard positive things from what CalPERS has done as far as the response to that issue. So I just want to share my thanks with Marcy, Kim, your team, everybody that's been involved to sort of minimize that issue as best as possible. So thank you.
Thank you so much. It's been a village.
Thank you, Mr. Pocky. Now we'll go to Mr. Mullins.
Great. Good afternoon. I want to begin with a handful of federally related updates. First, over the last week, we sent letters to Congress, the Federal Trade Commission, and Attorney General Merrick Garland supporting legislation to curb drug patent abuse and to establish more concrete standards for reviewing healthcare-related mergers and acquisitions. As you know, high drug prices and lack of competition between hospitals and medical groups are both key drivers of our premium costs. Federal action is critical to addressing both. So whenever Congress or the administration start having discussions about either, we think it's really important that we weigh in. Second is an update on the Medicare drug price negotiation program, which, as you know, is part of the Inflation Reduction Act. In late August, the Biden administration announced the first 10 drugs they have selected for those negotiations. An internal analysis we've conducted shows good overlap between their list of drugs that will be in the first cohort and our Medicare drug spend list. Specifically, we anticipate at least half of the drugs that were chosen by CMS are also exceptionally high spend drugs for CalPERS. There's still a long way to go on this. You're probably aware that several drug manufacturers are suing CMS over price negotiations, and CMS still has to actually negotiate lower prices for those drugs. New prices also won't take effect until January of 2026. But still, we're on an issue where little progress has been made. This is actually real progress. Last, on the federal front, we're closing in on a contract with a federal consultant who will advise us on our health engagement with the administration and Congress. We'll let you know when that happens, but it should be very soon. Next item for you. At our November Health Committee meeting, we're planning to present plans for a formal structure for engaging external experts on critical healthcare issues both now and in the future. The goal of that work will be to ensure that our health program and initiatives are well informed, future-oriented, and aligned with our strategic plan. CalPERS has long sought and benefited from the insights of external subject matter experts on issues related to health benefits and policy. Years ago, Alan Enthoven, now Professor Emeritus at Stanford University, but back in the day, chair of the CalPERS Health Policy Forum, used ideas that were cultivated through our advisory council to advance managed competition, the set of principles upon which the Clinton health plan was based, and principles that underlie our modeling for our own competition analysis, interestingly. Nevertheless, while we routinely engage some of the best healthcare minds of the country at CalPERS, much of that engagement is for very specific problem solving. By contrast, the idea here is to have an ongoing series of forward-looking discussions on current and emerging health policy issues and their implications for CalPERS. The goal would be to ensure that our thinking is not just driven by our immediate needs, but rooted in strategic, future-oriented thinking with fresh and diverse perspectives. In November, we will be talking with you about the structure of this effort, its initial focus, board engagement, and incorporating stakeholder feedback. Next, I'd like to remind the committee, our stakeholders and members, that open enrollment started yesterday. Ms. Mom, I think, probably pretty directly pointed that out, and runs 4 weeks through October 13th. We encourage members to explore their health plan options and shop plans. Over the last 3 years, we've added more HMO and EPO plan options, expanding choice for our members, including into rural areas in Northern California. We encourage members to take advantage of the open enrollment tools and resources available so they can make informed decisions. And last, Mr. Chair, I'd like to take a moment of personal privilege, if I may.
Please.
Thanks. So I'd like to thank Larry Woodson, who is retiring as the chair of the Health Benefits Committee for the California State Retirees. This is Larry's last PHBC meeting in that role, and I can't let it pass without acknowledging him publicly. Larry has been CSR chair for my entire tenure at CalPERS, and in my mind, you could not have a better advocate for retirees. Larry does all of his homework. He reads everything. He's a thoughtful consumer of news and analysis, and he thinks for himself. Larry's also a passionate advocate for better health care for retirees and for a better health care system in this country. I'll add that Larry keeps me and my team on our toes at all times, and we will miss working with him. He's tenacious, and I think everyone on my team feels like Larry makes us better at what we do. So I wanted to say thank you. And we know that we'll still see you around here, but good luck in whatever version of retirement this is. And thanks for everything.
I'm not through yet. I'm going to give public comment later.
we know.
I have you on the list.
That concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Moulds. Okay, next item is the action, what do we have for information items? No, for action consent items, yeah. Oh, go ahead. Motion by Mr. Pacheco, second by Mr. Miller. Do we need a vote? No.
Yes.
Yes, so we'll call for a vote then.
Jose Luis Pacheco.
Aye.
Controller Cohen.
Aye.
David Miller.
Aye.
Arena Ortega. Kevin Palke. Teresa Taylor.
Aye.
Yvonne Walker. Melissa Willett.
Thank you. So now we go into the information consent items. Nothing was pulled. So we're going to move on to the informational agenda items. I think we'll get started with the first item, which is the PPO solicitation. Please. Here, hold on. Go ahead.
This is 5A is agendized for 83 minutes. So it's 12:29. I think we should stop here.
I think you speak wise. So I will have to do this to the public again, but we're going to take another break, and we will reconvene.
We're serving ice cream, guys, so it's going to be a little bit longer. Is it 2 o'clock? I think it's 2 o'clock, isn't it?
We want to give time for lunch for people.
Well, 12:30 is it, guys.
So we'll reconvene at 2:20.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody, for your understanding and patience. The long break here. So now we're going to resume the open session of the Pension and Health Benefits Committee. And we dropped off at the information. Sorry about that. Okay. Now, Mr. Don Moles, if you would please continue with the information agenda items, 5A. Thank you.
Sorry, I managed to misplace my glasses between the first part of the session and now, so apologies if they're...
It's all that ice cream.
It's all the ice cream, exactly, the sugar rush. So good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members. Don Molds, we're here today to present an overview of the PPO solicitation. So I cannot stress enough how important the PPO solicitation is to the health program, and more importantly, to the 400,000 CalPERS members who rely on one of our PPO products for their health care. Our PPO plans trail our HMO offerings when it comes to both quality and value. And as you know well, the basic PPO plans have presented financial challenges for the health program since 2021. At a very high level, our goal in the PPO solicitation is to incorporate some of the best aspects of our HMOs, care coordination and a population health focus in particular, into our contract with our next PPO while preserving the broader access choices available through PPOs that are important for a significant portion of the CalPERS membership. We've been working on the PPO solicitation for about a year now, and the plan is to release it for bid by the end of the month. The expectation is that the solicitation will yield multiple structured bids that will include key information that we will use to make recommendations to you all about both the structure of the next PPO and the next contracted entity or entities. One of the first things we did when we started working on the solicitation was to engage Peter Lee, who is with me today. As you know, Peter was the founding executive director of Cover California, overseeing all aspects of the largest state-run individual marketplace in the nation since its inception in 2011. Under his leadership, Covered California has created a competitive marketplace that has held premium increases in check, expanded coverage, has given consumers tools to make better choices, and created a platform to address healthcare costs and quality. Cover California is regarded nationally as unequivocally the best Obamacare marketplace in the country, and Peter's leadership is one of the main reasons why. I've known and worked with Peter for what is now becoming a very long time. He was instrumental in establishing the collaboration CalPERS has with Cover California and the Department of Healthcare Services. Many of the key parts of that collaboration, including alignment on the public health and equity focused measures that are now in our HMO contract, were a product of Peter's vision and that of his team, including his medical director at Cover California, Dr. Alice Chen. Peter and I also served together in the Obama administration. During that time, Peter helped establish the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Innovation. He was also director of delivery system reform efforts for all the delivery system reform efforts for Secretary Sebelius, including coordinating the preparation of the National Quality Strategy. Before joining the Obama administration, Peter was CEO of the Pacific Business Group on Health, assisting large employers and CalPERS with purchasing and policy initiatives. He also spent time as the executive director of the Center for Healthcare Rights, Los Angeles-based consumer advocacy organization, and director of programs for the Washington-based National AIDS Network. One of the first things that Peter did when we brought him on to help lead the PPO solicitation was to pull out his very comprehensive Rolodex and arrange conversations with many of the most innovative large purchasers of healthcare in America. Through that process, we learned from large companies like Boeing, from numerous innovative, thank you very much. Wow.
You were doing great.
Yeah, we'll see. Numerous innovative union trust funds and from exceptional state purchasers like Washington State. We're grateful for how Peter has approached his work and his new role as strategic consultant at CalPERS. He's brought the same tenacity and vision that he has applied tackling each of his prior roles and his unique perspective on the challenges we face with the PPO in particular. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Peter, who's going to walk us through key aspects of the solicitation. Rob, Julia, and I will join him when he's done to answer questions that you might have. All yours.
Welcome, Peter. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. First, thanks, Don, for the introduction and really for the opportunity to work with this team. I have a very long history with CalPERS. I'm now a CalPERS member. In about 2 months, I'll be a Medicare CalPERS member. But it goes back over 20 years. As Don noted, I was the CEO of the Pacific Business Group on Health, now the Purchaser Business Group on Health. I worked closely with Alan Fieser, who was the Don Molds of his day, and then with Jarvio Grievous, and at all points with the CalPERS board, which I talked to often back many years ago. I want to know why it's a pleasure to do this work. CalPERS is a national leader. Is both thoughtful about how it serves the 1.5 million people, which is a very big deal, but also thoughtful about recognizing the role and responsibility of being a public purchaser, thinking about the broader public good. So the ability to have ripple effects beyond just the 1.5 million is exciting. It's also exciting to work with a great team. So I know many of you by reputation. A few of you I know from working with Arena, with CalHR. You might know that we had a lot of staffing issues to go from 0 to 1,500 very quickly. Worked closely with the offices of both the state treasurer and the controller, and I do need to note I worked in particularly closely with Yvonne Walker. Yvonne was leading SEAU 1000, and really we were working shoulder to shoulder in California, not just making a marketplace work, but staffing up in DHCS, staffing up in our organization. And Yvonne, it was a pleasure to work with you then. It's a pleasure to work with you in this new role. So great to see you. I've worked, as Don noted, with some of the team here. Some I've worked with at Cover California, like Dr. Logan. Don, I worked with in the administration. I also had a chance to work with Michael Cohen when he was in the Department of Finance. You've got a really, really good team. And I've heard you appreciate them many times, which is a good thing to do as a board. It's appreciated by the team. I'll note that I'm not going to talk about it much, but the Affordable Care Act nationally had a rocky start. You may remember healthcare.gov and all that stuff. California's success in implementing the Affordable Care Act is a key part of why it was not repealed and replaced. The success of enrolling what are now 1/3 of Californians in the Medi-Cal program, the success of implementing the marketplace effectively gave the nation an example of what an effective marketplace could and should look like. But for that example, the politics could have been very, very different. It's a reminder to me of the role that CalPERS can and seeks to play, playing a role not just here in California, but nationally, being an example of what a cutting-edge leading public purchaser can be. And as Don noted, speaking earlier about Alan Enthoven, a marketplace is what CalPERS has. A marketplace is what Cover California is, building on what CalPERS has. Having the members be the drivers of choice. Having the members given the tools to make the best choice possible and have competition drive lower costs, and us overseeing those plans to make sure it's high quality. So it's a great place for this organization to be, because the biggest challenges in healthcare today, to my mind, aren't covering the rest of the uninsured, a huge challenge. It's making sure that those that have coverage that truly works for them. And CalPERS is being a model of how to do that, I think, for its members and for the nation. So I'm going to go through some slides. Dawn provided a really good context for the solicitation, but I want to start with some of the basic background that I know you know, but I need to speak it so I remember it, and also to give some framing, both on enrollment and the costs of the PPO program, in particular to our members and to employers. So as you know, about 2/3 of CalPERS members are enrolled in HMOs. Those HMOs are either fully insured or flex funded. Either way, it means the health plans bear the risk. For the fully funded, they bear the risk, good and bad. Flex funded, they basically bear the downside and CalPERS gets the upside. But it's very important to think those HMOs are not just integrated and higher quality, which they are totally financially aligned with CalPERS. If they have higher costs, they don't want to have higher costs because they will price members to choose other HMOs. So by being fully insured in a competitive market, which CalPERS is, means they have an incentive to not just jack up the prices. Okay. On the quality front, CalPERS has partnered with Covered California and DHCS, and I just need to note it's been an incredible partnership with Dr. Logan, with Dr. Chen, who you heard about, that framed what is now a core incentive for the CalPERS HMOs. If they are doing substandard quality, they're going to be writing very, very big checks. And you think about those three purchasers, public purchasers, CalPERS, Cover California, and DHCS for Medi-Cal, represent 42% of all Californians, 42%. Aligned activity is good just not only for the 1.5 million people in CalPERS, but for changing the marketplace, which is an important thing that I think PERS has always been conscious of. So now let's talk about the other third of the CalPERS members that are in the PPOs. Now, most of them are in the basic program, but about a third are in the Medicare supplement program. Historically, throughout its history, the PPO has been self-funded, which means PERS is the funder. And that means two things. First, that CalPERS is responsible for the volatility of healthcare costs, the ups and downs. It means we fund that, and I'll use the we because I've now been around a little while here at CalPERS. So the other thing it means is CalPERS pays the PPO what's called an administrative service fee. It's about $20, $25, something like that. That's 5% of the total spend. We care about the total spend. Historically, the health plans that we pay care about their 5% service fee. It isn't generally aligned. So I want to also frame a little bit of how CalPERS is not your average large employer or purchaser. Nationally, most large employers, public and private, do not offer nearly the range of choice that CalPERS does. And in some ways, in what is purchased and what is put before the CalPERS members, we are very different than the average large employer, and very different in what I think are very good ways and ways that you should be really proud of. So, broad choice. CalPERS offers a marketplace. It offers HMO and PPO options, and within those, different options structurally, and within each of those, multiple plans to meet the standard benefit needs. Now, Now, nationally, only 43% of large firms, I should say the flip side, 43% of large firms and 75% of all private firms offer one plan choice nationally. Okay, so offering choice is a big deal. Among those large employers that offer choice, only 15% offer HMOs. Now, we live in California, the land of HMOs, but the idea that 85% of Americans that have employer-based coverage cannot pick an HMO, when you think of our reality and what we know about the difference in care of an HMO and a PPO, that's a bad sign for most people that have employer coverage. 65% offer PPOs, and almost 60% offer high-deductible health plans. That's not a path that CalPERS has chosen to go down. The problems of underinsurance are reinforced by high-deductible health plans, especially for lower-income workers. So where do people actually enroll in that average large employer? Well, about 60% enroll in PPOs, or appointed service plans, which are basically PPOs in drag. It's called that. It's sort of an HMO, but basically closed network. It's a PPO. So 60% are in PPOs. Remember, PERS, flip side, 70% in HMOs. 29% are in high deductible plans. 12% are in HMOs. That is a very different picture than the pie chart that we have before us and the enrollment in PERS. So we at PERS have focused on and ended up with a lot of people in HMOs because of a commitment to having members get exceptional care. When we look at funding, fully insured versus self-insured, remember, fully insured means the health plan's on the stick for the ups and downs. And remember, at PERS, about 70% of people are fully insured or flex funded. For the average large employer in America, 82% are in self-funded arrangements, which means the incentives of that health plan, not to care about costs, it's to care about that $25, $30 they get on administrative service fee. That's part of the context that framed our solicitation, is to build on what CalPERS has done right and make it better, not to follow what other large employers are doing, which is probably the wrong direction. So, on the premium and cost front, it's important to note that PERS PPOs are more expensive than the HMOs. And the HMOs, as Don noted, it's very clear that you're likely to get the right care at the right time. To have better quality is more likely to happen in an HMO than in a PPO. The data is phenomenally clear. And amongst our HMOs, there's a spread. Kaiser exceeds most of the other HMOs. It's an integrated system. Your likelihood of dying of heart disease in Kaiser are far lower than any other health plans. Your likelihood of dying of a heart disease in the PPO, higher than the HMOs. This is national. It's the absence of integration. This solicitation is trying to push integration and care coordination into the PPO environment. So the other element about price difference is historically, sicker people choose PPOs. That's been the case in CalPERS. It was the case in a big way at Cover California and still is. In Cover California, about 25% of our enrollment are in PPOs. Sicker people want to have more choice, often to their not benefit. But there is in Cover California about $1 billion in risk transfer money that goes from the plans that enroll healthier people, like Kaiser, to the couple PPOs. I know that PERS has been looking at this issue and has stepped the path to start doing some risk adjustment. Even after that risk adjustment is done, the PPOs in PERS will be more expensive than the HMOs. It's going to be more expensive both on the premium and more expensive for what the members pay out of pocket. So that's some of the context. So now I'm going to jump over one slide, and I'm going to jump to slide 6 so that you have pieces of paper and made notes on them. I don't want to throw you off, because I want to start by talking about the structure of the solicitation, and then I'll go back and talk about some of the financial goals. So CalPERS will be structuring multiple bids around a range of options to determine how to get the best value, looking at cost, quality, and equity. And I'm going to keep on coming back to the sort of the model that PERS looks at in terms of cost, quality, and equity, along with affordability. These are core for both PERS, its employers, and its members. The solicitation is going to cover services provided to basic members, both those who are employed and early retirees, for members who are out of state, and for members seeking Medicare supplement coverage. All of them are going to be served as part of the solicitation. In seeking different flavors of bids, this is very similar to what CalPERS did just a year and a half ago with its HMO solicitation, where that process, seeking multiple flavors of bids, was key to determining the best arrangements possible that PERS then entered into for its members and its employers. In the context of the PPO solicitation, we're seeking multiple bids and approaches for two reasons. First, CalPERS wants to be sure that whatever arrangement we end up with aligns the financial interests of the health plan and potentially a separate population health vendor that you'll hear more about with the financial interests of CalPERS and of its members. We want the folks that we end up contracting with to care about our bottom line. Okay, and this is going to be central, so all the elements in the structure look at how to maximize that alignment. Okay? So financial terms. The second thing we're doing is that there's a bunch of functions that we seek in the solicitation. Our members will be served by a health plan and potentially a population health management vendor. But there's not a single skill set here. And we want to get the best mix of skills. Now, CalPERS would prefer to have a single health plan. We'd prefer to have one entity we work with. But we didn't want to preclude the possibility that we'd have a health plan that's really good at contracting with doctors and hospitals, but not so good at population health to have the best possible mix of services for the CalPERS members. So when we talk about mixing and matching, I want to talk about 4 different competencies that really encompass the major elements of the solicitation. The first thing we're going to be looking at is the network, the payment terms, the authorization processes of the doctors, the behavioral health specialists, the clinics, the doctors that are part of the network that each of the plans will bring forward. We're going to look at who those clinicians are. We're going to look at who they propose to be in network. We're going to look at how much those clinicians and providers are paid, and how the plan manages authorizations, payments, the blocking and tackling of paying doctors' offices on time and correctly. That's a big job. But we're also going to be looking as much at how members that need help get help when they need it. We'll talk a lot about population health, navigation to help members make the best choices around treatments, support for people that have very complex needs. That's not just an issue about who you contract with. It's helping people in great need. Third, we'll be looking at the potential of adding supplemental, virtual, primary care and behavioral health services. And I'm going to come back to this, talk more about it, but we know that primary care and behavioral health are core capacities of any network. But also, we're concerned that we might need more and might need to buy extra capacity. We want the solicitation to look at that capacity. And finally, we want to consider, does a plan offer a better way financially and quality to manage the pharmacy services than using the carve-out that we currently do with OptumRx? So we're going to look at each of those options. Each of those are different competencies. Saying we're going to go with a plan only would mean we might get them good at something but not so good at others. So that's why we're structuring this in what is somewhat complex, but it's to make sure we get the best mix. Each of those areas have independent competencies. Each one's important, but also each one is totally interrelated with the others. You can't talk about the network without how they relate with population health. You can't, and so we'll be looking at how the folks that respond to the solicitation talk about how they play well with others, how they share data effectively, how they have a history of working with not just with providers, but with population health vendors. So this is going to be a key element for us in assessing that mix and match. So with that framing of why we aren't just picking one, I'm going to walk through the 4 elements that are outlined on this slide. First is we'll be soliciting a comprehensive bid to do everything. Network, population health management, navigation on a fully insured basis. So you'll hear me repeating some of the things, tracking back to financial alignment and the services. We'll also be doing seeking 2 distinct bids on a self-insured basis. One, just like the fully insured, do everything. The networks, but also the population health. Also bring on the options for the virtual supplemental services. Do it all on a self-funded basis. But we're also going to require the self-funded plans to bid on only doing the network and provider management, which means if you've got a really good deal with the hospitals, the doctors, and you can pay them well, do good authorizations, we may take you, but say, you know, your population health services ain't so great. We're going with a vendor over here that can knock that ball out of the park, and you've got to work with them. So we're going to be soliciting on a self-funded basis the networks. We will be requiring all the plans that want to bid on those 3 health plan options. Fully funded for everything, self-funded for everything, or self-funded just for your network. Okay? Third element, we're going to be seeking from a population health management navigation firms that are best in class nationally to provide services in close coordination with a health plan if we choose one. And we're going to be selecting them to make sure not only do a good job, but they can work well with whoever we select on the network side. Now, I want to note these services, the population health management services, are primarily for the basic members. Our Medicare members have related services that are provided through the Medicare program, and I do want to remind you that if you're in the Medicare supplement program, your network is the network of all physicians that take Medicare fee-for-service. So the network issues are different for the Medicare supplement program, but the others are specific to basic. So CalPERS will also be seeking, both as part of the comprehensive health plan bids and from the population health firms, what I mentioned is the supplemental primary care and behavioral health services. This doesn't mean we don't expect the core network to have primary care docs that do virtual services as well as in person. You know, post-COVID, services can happen over the phone, you know, on Zoom, in the office. That's a core expectation. But do we need something to supplement those services? We'll be looking at that through the solicitation. Now, the fourth element we'll be looking at is seeking from the plan's proposals to bid based on the pharmacy being carved out, as is currently the case, or carved in. There are advantages and disadvantages with both. There's some advantages with having better integration between your pharmacy formularies and your clinicians that may be used to them. We have a very good arrangement with OptumRx. We benchmark it regularly. It's a really strong relationship. But we think it's important to kick the tires, and we're doing that with this opportunity. So with that, I want to go back to slide 5 and talk about some of the financial structures that are key to the solicitation. One of the primary goals of the solicitation is to align the goals of the providers, clinicians, and vendors with those of CalPERS on cost, on quality, on equity. You'll see that again and again in the solicitation. CalPERS has gone a long way to aligning its goals with those of the contracted HMOs already. We've done that for the 70%. Historically, we've not done it so much on the PPO side, nor have virtually any large employers nationally. We are pushing the envelope to that in a big way with this solicitation. First, we're going to be seeking that bid for a fully insured proposal to do all of these functions. And we'll see what happens with that. You know, I'll note it's going to be a stretch. There's reasons self-insured is a little less expensive, but it's something we want plans to step up for and see if they can do. You know that on the HMO side, we recently launched the program to focus on quality and equity with the financial incentive on the HMO side that can grow to 4% of premium. 4% is a lot. We want to mirror that level of intensity of interest on the PPO side of the house. So, how are we looking at that alignment? First, the solicitation seeks to align our health plan and population health management vendors with total cost of care. We're going to solicit a fully insured bid. That's about total cost of care, just like we do on the HMO side. But for the self-insured proposals and for the potential population health management vendors, we will seek that they include substantial guarantees related to total cost of care and quality. And when I say guarantees, again, we will be paying these vendors an administrative service fee. Let's call it $30, call it $20. In the solicitation, we are seeking from those who will respond, they're putting 75% of their administrative service fees at risk, which means if costs rise above what they should, they could end up paying PERS 3/4 of their fees. That is enough to get their attention. 75% sounds big, it is big. And I want to remind you again, the self-insured model, PERS is responsible for the cost. The buck stops with CalPERS. Okay? You know that if your administrative service fee is $25, $30, and the premiums are $700 or $800, a few percent on premium hits PERS in a very big way. Most employers that contract on an administrative service fee basis put a very small portion of those fees at risk, and usually for administrative issues. We want to turn that upside down. Put a lot at risk and have it tied to something we care about and we want those plans to care about. Total cost of care, quality, and equity. Second, we want the health plan we contract with to work with CalPERS to move provider payments towards value and away from make more money by doing more. Central to the PPO environment is it's generally historically been fee-for-service, which means fee-for-service, you do more, you get paid more. Whether you're a hospital, a doctor, your incentive is to churn. We want whoever we contract with to join CalPERS in doing the work we've been focusing on to promote advanced primary care. That's anchored in the recognition that better health is supported by better primary care. Historically, primary care has been underpaid, unrewarded, and we have all sorts of clinicians that are doing surgical specialties that are making a lot of money, and they're doing a number of procedures that are great, and a number of procedures they probably should not be doing. We don't believe in gatekeepers. We do believe in having primary care clinicians doing their job to help their patients get the right care at the right time. We'll also be looking at how to support members stay healthy. One of the things we at PERS have a huge incentive to have members stay healthy. People stay as public employees for a long time. A lot of employers say, oh, I've got turnover every 2 or 3 years. Why would I invest in someone being healthy 20 years from now? CalPERS recognizes that keeping people healthy over the long term is the right thing to do ethically and the right thing to do financially. We will be looking at how to reward our plans and how our plans reward providers for keeping the populations they serve healthy. We also, in this solicitation, want to address the volatility, uncertainty to CalPERS and to its members. As you know all too well, the last few years have been tough in the PPO environment relative to costs. We want to address that volatility directly. Now, in the last few years, we've seen in the CalPERS PPO costs that increased over everyone's base projections in the COVID years. And this is not just a CalPERS issue. I want to be clear. Across the industry, clinicians, experts, actuaries didn't get it right about what the rebounds would be after COVID. But when you price things and get it wrong, it can be hard to fix. CalPERS has sought to fix that by having a surcharge added in the 2023 premiums. Turned out that wasn't enough. It's added to replenish the reserves that as a self-funded entity you've got to have. You need to be sitting on literally hundreds of millions of dollars if you're self-funded. Currently, the load for rebuilding the healthcare fund is about between 4 and 5% on PPO premiums. That puts more pressure on our ability to ensure we continue to have PPO programs over the long term. That's why we need to get aligned with looking at volatility options and options from our plans that we've invited to bring forward. Yes, if they're self-funded, tell us what you can do around stop loss. And I'm happy to talk about these later, but I go through it, or gain sharing or two-sided risk or other mechanisms. We want whoever we contract with to partner with CalPERS to have us not be on a financial roller coaster. So that's some of the other elements of the bid. Okay, from the financial broad terms, I want to go now to talking about something that you've framed for staff, and they've interacted with you a lot on, exceptional health care. CalPERS is committed to providing to the members of CalPERS exceptional health care. The board's framed this in 4 categories that you're pretty familiar with, and I am from prior work. It's a relatively simple model. It starts with quality. You want to ensure that all CalPERS members receive high-quality care. You want to ensure they have access. They get the care they need when they need it. Ensure that the care we provide is affordable to both CalPERS and its members, and that it's equitable. Now, I'm now going to walk through how this solicitation addresses each of those 4 components of exceptional healthcare. So let's start with quality. And the solicitation is addressing the demand on our bidders that respond, whether they're a health plan or a population health management vendor, to address quality in a number of ways. First way is this very central focus on the importance of population health, member navigation, support for those with most complex conditions. In a moment, I'm going to remind you of what Dr. Logan spoke to you about, I think a year ago, about the population health pyramid, et cetera. But having a good network is not enough. So having a focus on population health is central to this solicitation. Part of that focus is reflected in soliciting bids from both health plans and best-in-class population health navigation vendors. Again, a plan that comes forward and I'll put it air quotes, just has a good network, we wouldn't want them. We want a good network and exceptional population health services. Historically, health plans have not necessarily been great at this. If they're great, hallelujah. We'll go with a single entity. If it's not, we're going to be able to pick a plan for its network and a population health management vendor for doing those services well. In the solicitation, CalPERS will continue its commitment to supporting effective primary care. It's foundational for good quality care. That will include requiring the selected plan to effectively foster enrollment in and support payments to advance primary care. Now, CalPERS will be getting from the plans how they plan to move payments from pure quantity to value. This is central to what HMOs do. PPOs do it some. We think PPOs can and should do it more, and we want to see that in this solicitation. We want to see how coordination and integration is supported through payments. And CalPERS is going to build on what's already been adopted on the HMO side of the house to have quality measures aligned with those in Medi-Cal and Covered California, be a core part of incentives and part of what they need to guarantee and will be financially on the stick for. So let me talk briefly about population health, and this is where if I need to, I'll call a friend, and Dr. Logan will come up, but she'll come up in a moment. I know she spoke to you about the PPO strategic alignment effort, and in her presentation, Dr. Logan discussed the role and potential of effective population health management. I want to bring back to your minds the pyramid she showed to you. At the bottom of the pyramid is the vast majority of CalPERS members. These are folks that are pretty healthy. No major health conditions. They cost very little of the healthcare spend. They don't need much. Maybe they need to find a primary care doc. Move up the pyramid. Moving up, you have people with chronic conditions. There are a lot of CalPERS members with chronic conditions, with diabetes, with heart disease, behavioral health conditions. In many cases, those conditions are being well and effectively managed. They cost more than people that have no conditions, but they are not in drastic need of urgent and expensive care. They're being well managed. You get to the top of the pyramid, 1% of the PPO members account for 40% of the spend in the PPO program. I'm going to say that again, but it is strange, and it's, you know, I've lived this in a lot of settings from the Obama administration, PBGH, Covered California. It's true every place. This is not something different for CalPERS. 1%, 40% of the spend. The top 5% of the members represent 2/3 of the spend. 5% of the population, 2/3 of the spend. And that is not just a spending issue. It's an issue. These are the people that need the most help and support to get and stay well. These are the people with multiple chronic conditions. These are the people that need specialty care. We want and expect population health management to address them well, which means for the bottom of the pyramid, keep healthy people healthy. Support them in their navigation needs. Help them get the best possible clinician. Ensure they have access to primary care, cancer screening. Bottom of the pyramid. People with chronic illnesses. we should be looking to make sure diabetics are effectively managed. We shouldn't be having amputations of CalPERS members who have diabetes. People with heart disease should be having their blood pressure under control. That's in the middle of the pyramid. For those with very complex conditions, we expect there to be targeted, individualized support for those who need that support the most. Now, in this solicitation, CalPERS is seeking the best possible support for its members, whether it's the health plan doing it all or separate population health vendor that would work in partnership. Under either of those scenarios, CalPERS members should not know the difference. For a CalPERS member, they should have someone that is there, a clinician, to help them if they have a real complex condition, and the label behind it shouldn't matter to them. Under either scenario, the solicitation is asking for and requiring the bidders to say, we want a dedicated team. We want the same people working on only CalPERS business and all CalPERS business. We want them to understand the California market, the California providers, and the people they're working with, a dedicated team. And we'll be having proposals that talk about the ratio of which sorts of clinicians and non-clinician members of that team. We also expect that that support for the members is going to be evidence-based, data-driven, and personalized. CalPERS is really on the cutting edge. We have a data warehouse that we analyze all the time. We expect whoever we contract with to use that data to help and support members staying well, and with the identify people that are in need of care and helping them get the right care at the right time. Again, from the members' experience, if we have a health plan for the network and a population health vendor, they should know it. Vendor won't be something our members should see. They're going to see help when they need it. Let's go down and talk about access. So in terms of CalPERS' expectation that all of its members have access to care when and where they need it, all of the bidders have to meet clear minimum standards to assure members have timely access to needed care. And I want to be really clear on this. The CalPERS uses the frameworks that's actually used by the state's regulator, Department of Managed Healthcare, that there's minimum time and distance standards. Now, I want to note, this is one of the things that, an area where CalPERS is different than other large employers. Other large employers, not all, but some in California will say, you know, we don't want to go with this Department of Managed Healthcare standard. We're self-insured. We are not going to be subject to state regulation. We're going to be regulated by the Department of Insurance. CalPERS organizationally says time and distance standards, which are high bar for regulations nationally, are actually a good bar for our membership. So having time and distance, which means you must be within half an hour and a certain mileage, we will be doing geo-mapping against every network coming forward to make sure they meet those standards. We want, in the solicitation, to have health plans that provide networks that are very broad choice for those who want it. We also, though, want the solicitation to include plans bringing forward potential savings for those willing to have fewer potential providers to choose from. That'll be in the options we're getting. We'll be bringing that back to the board to talk more about. I want to be clear, if someone, though, opts for saying, you know, I'd like to save 30% on my premium and have fewer providers in, they will always have those minimum standards of time and distance. They will always have access to specialists in every service needed. They will always be able to get to that example I heard earlier of even if someone's not on the network, you've got that really rare thing, there's only one doc that does it, you can get to that doc. But it also means that some people at PPO are saying, you know, I don't really want to pay that much for everybody. I don't need every hospital. I'm in an urban area. Give me 70% of the hospitals, I'm fine, and give me a 20%, 30% cut in what I pay. We are also going to be looking at health plans and population vendors that describe how they're going to help members get to clinicians that do a better job. Now, I've done a lot of time mapping doctor, clinic, hospital quality and cost. And the bad news I've got for you, it's what we call a scattergram, which is more expensive doctors are as likely to be low quality as high quality. High expense, same thing. There's data out there to identify better doctors for particular treatments and conditions, better clinics. We want whoever we contract with to assist our members that want to use those tools to get to better clinicians based on quality and using resources efficiently. And while most of the PPO members live in urban areas, we are also calling on every one of those bidding on this program to say, what are their strategies for improving access for those that live in rural and access-challenged areas? You know, I heard the discussion of Monterey. My experience working in Monterey goes back 35 years now. There's areas that are hard. I can tell you that in a lot of rural areas, there probably won't be any ability to have different networks. There aren't enough doctors at all. That's one of the reasons we're looking at supplemental virtual services. But we want the folks that are bidding on this solicitation to come forward with what are their ideas. We know rural areas are challenged. What are your strategies to address that challenge? We're putting forward things in the solicitation, supplemental services, making sure they meet time and distance standards. But what can they bring to the table? And on the access front, I do want to underscore that in soliciting bids for supplemental virtual services, and I said this again, but I'll say it again before, for virtual and primary services, you'll see us say supplemental. We expect every network to have virtual services today, robust virtual services. Now, I'll tell you for myself, it's been 3 years since I've seen my doctor in person. I've talked to him probably 12 times. I won't get into medical history issues. But it included in pinned shoulder. He said, lift it this way, lift it that way. I was going, this is a physical exam. This is great. I didn't want to go in to see him. Having virtual visits can be better, more cost effective. It's a core expectation. To assess the value of having supplemental services to build on the existing behavioral health and primary care is something we want to kick the tires of. So as we look at that, a core feature of our looking at it, though, is how do those supplemental services integrate with the core networks? What's the data handoff? What's the in-person handoff? We'll be looking at that very closely. Last but not least, I want to talk next is talking about affordability. And you know this, but affordability is an issue for both members and for the employers. For members, the solicitation will be looking at how health plans, navigation support members to use higher value providers, to use those that do better quality, potential lower cost, while continuing to offer broad choice. We're also going to look at how health plans can bring ideas to minimize out-of-pocket costs to CalPERS members. Looking at them building on things like the reference-based pricing program that CalPERS has really been a national leader on. For employers, the state, the Cal State universities, public agencies, schools, the solicitation outlines the performance standards, again, tied to total cost of care. That alignment, we think, is vital. It's missing in virtually every major self-funded PPO contract out there. We want the health plan or population health management vendor accountable for meeting trend targets. Okay? CalPERS wants the vendors to care about CalPERS and its members' bottom line as much as it cares about its bottom line. To do that, we're making it part of their bottom line. So we believe that aligning the financial interests of the plan and the vendors related to costs has to be married with our focus on quality and equity. So the last thing I'll note is talking about equity. CalPERS will be looking closely at how those respond to the solicitation, both health plans, population health management vendors, to see how they can truly walk the talk of serving CalPERS' incredibly diverse populations. The solicitation expects the bidders to speak of how they address racial disparities, how they'll serve the CalPERS members who are members of the LGBTQ community, how they will address equity issues related to geography. Some of the specific ways the solicitation does that is requiring the collection of demographic data. If you don't know who people are, you can't measure and improve. For health plans, we'll be requiring that they meet the NCQA Health Equity Accreditation Standard. And CalPERS, in line with what it's doing on the HMO front, will have quality measures that will have major money at play that over time will be stratified by racial identifiers so we can stratify those rewards. So it's building into the financial performance on quality, looking at equity and who we serve. So in closing, before I hand this back to Dawn and look forward to your questions, comments, discussion, is I want to underscore where Dawn started of how important this solicitation is. 400,000 CalPERS members. Now, I should have done my homework on this, but I'm pretty sure that 400,000 members is in the top 10 of all employer purchased in the state of California. Just the PPO, we've got 70% over here on the HMO side of the house, but 400,000 people is a lot of people. It's a lot of people, many of whom have very complex care needs. It's a lot of people who are spending a lot of money. This solicitation will hopefully result in the selection of more than a TPA, more than a vendor, but what is likely to be a partner for years and years to come. So we use the term vendor, but what I know Dawn, Dr. Logan, Rob want is someone that we will be working with for years to come. This contract is, I believe, a 5-year term. Easily could be extended if they are delivering on what they need to deliver on. So this isn't just a one-time issue. It's finding someone that is bringing to the table creativity, innovation, and commitment to both a quality, equity, and cost bottom line that we will change with over time, will be nimble with, and build on the good work that they bring in CalPERS history. So with that, Don, I'll turn it back to you.
Great. Thank you so much, Peter. Really appreciate the presentation and all the time that you put into this. So I hope Peter's presentation gives you a good sense of both the challenges and the opportunities we see in this solicitation. To sum things up, our goal here is to have the PPO further our strategic goals of high quality, equity, access, and affordability so that it better meets the needs of our members and our employers. All of the features Peter just talked about are designed with that purpose in mind. I'm not going to walk through this timeline. It's in your packets, and you can use it as a reference. But Peter and Rob and Julia and I are here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, Don and Peter. We do have some questions here, and I'll start with Trustee Pacheco.
First of all, Peter and Don. Peter, thank you very, very much for this extremely comprehensive analysis of the, I think the first time we're doing it comprehensively with the PPO solicitation. I really find it really fascinating and also very novel in terms of how we're approaching this. My first question is regarding the patient navigation aspect of this. As I understand, my understanding is that it will be able to take care, from the notes, it will take care of the first line, the low level of risk of the individuals. We'll also be targeting more of the high intensity case management as well. Because in many cases, if my understanding is, in my reading on this material, is it's utilized a lot for chronic diseases, chronic conditions, cancer, and other things. And you can elaborate on that first question. I've got two more after that.
First, you sort of answered the questions you asked it, and the answer is yes. Patient navigation is at every level of the pyramid, okay. And we will be looking closely at, there's different ways to organize it. We have not done a, you must do it this way. We've said to the, or will be saying, to be released in before the end of the month, we'll be saying, tell us how you organize and staff, which clinicians, and how they focus differently or similarly for people that say, I just need to find a dermatologist. Mm-hmm. And the answer might be, excuse me, if you talk to your primary care doc, you might not need a dermatologist, which are very high paid and like doing little procedures. No offense, dermatologists, I hope there aren't any on the board. But it's so whichever the mix is, but it may be a different structure for the high need high-intensity people. And I want to go back to that 1% that have 40% of the spend may have a set of clinical oncologists on their team helping on care coordination. So that's part of what we're looking for, how the bidders present, how they will structure, resource, and staff that range of functions. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and that makes sense. And it would be cost effective. I mean, that's the whole process. I mean, and if you can.
Well, I'd say it should be cost effective. But that's exactly the point. Is that when we look at where there is the potential of bending the cost curve, so to speak.
Exactly.
Some is who are in the networks and what you pay them, but as, if not far more important, is how you are helping people in the system get to the right people at the right time.
Just to add one other thing, there's been a lot of work done over the last decade to focus on that 1% of the population. And a lot of the approach that we've taken on the Medicare side with supplemental benefits, for example, are trying to get to some of that by recognizing that in some instances, these are people who don't just need traditional medical services, they need other services like transportation, help post-discharge, targeted home care. I have been one of the big shocks for me coming from a think tank to the job that I'm in now is how little uptake health plans have how little they've taken up in terms of these strategies. They know that it's an issue. They haven't worked through the financial models. We need to do a better job there. I think there's a huge opportunity there, and if we're going to make progress on spend and on quality, that's going to be one of the major places that we're going to need to be focusing, and that will be one of the things that we're looking for, either again in a health plan or a population health vendor that will be working with a health plan.
Perfect.
And if I can just give an example about I think it's really important what Peter was talking about, the pyramid, because you do have people, who still are at the lower end of the pyramid but need care navigation services. Say you're a healthy person, but you have a colonoscopy and you have a positive result, and so you would need that care navigation to get to the right colorectal surgeon, for example. So those care navigation services happen throughout the pyramid. At the very tippy top of the pyramid, like as an example, when I was seeing patients in the hospital and rounding on patients in the hospital, we had patients who had multiple hospitalizations, where I had one gentleman who had 36 hospitalizations in a year. And that wasn't, that was on the higher end, but not completely out of the ordinary. And what that gentleman needed was what Don was talking about, the supplemental benefits, a caseworker, someone at the hospital, someone at the health plan to help navigate and help that gentleman through those hospitalizations and to decrease the amount of hospitalization. So that care coordination and that navigation happens at every level, and just so much more intensely at the top.
Thank you very much, Dr. Logan and Peter. The next question is more regarding the financing, the stop-loss insurance. And, it's my understanding that with stop-loss, we're shifting the risk and the cost to, we are basically self-funded with our own money, but then at a certain point, another insurance will take over. And I'm just wondering how that would be structured and how we would scale that in the solicitation.
So we don't specify in the solicitation exactly how we would structure it. We know that there are sort of conventional structures to stop loss. That would be something presumably that we would go into much more detail in competitive negotiations. Okay. But at a baseline, we want to make sure that that they have we're interested in whether or not they have the capacity to do that. We're interested in their thoughts out of the gate on what makes sense to CalPERS. Stop loss does not insure you. Stop loss tends to insure you for big risks, not for little misses. But we would be having those refined discussions with a vendor that we're in negotiation with.
But But if I could, and agreeing totally with that, and I don't want to get into a colloquium on stop loss. Stop loss is complex, and it's either two forms usually: aggregate, which is if your total spend goes above something, or what's called case specific. So you get stop loss for a case that's over $1 million. But the important thing of us asking the health plan or population health vendors to bring this is, if they are the reinsurer, they care about minimizing costs. If we pick a health plan, then we go to some other entity, in Lloyd's of London for stop loss, then that entity we're working with on the care delivery says, I don't care. So the terms of the stop loss, if we want to have an integral discussion with the health plans or population health vendors to say, we want to be aligned with you and you aligned with us. Don't, shuck it off on someone else's reinsurance. So exactly the terms we're very open to, but we are not, the thing we're most open to is alignment. We want them to bring to the table ways they're financially aligned, not saying, oh, you can buy that from Lloyd's. So
yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense in terms of trying to be aligned with them financially. The last question is more of a comment, but maybe an insight. So I read recently in the New England Journal of Medicine the issue with respect to the recent affirmative action, the reduction, the number of primary care physicians now going, especially physicians that are of persons of color. It's really disturbing that many students aren't pursuing medicine, and especially around primary care. I don't know if we can address it here or not, but it's something that in order for us to make sure that we provide primary care physicians for our 1.5 million members, we want to make sure that they also are a reflection of our population, because we are a very, very diverse and diverse population. So in the solicitation or something like that, but I just wanted your input or your feedback on that, because it is something that is there, and I think we need to figure out how to address that.
I'm sure Dr. Lowe probably wants to ping pong in, but first, one, thank you for showing off a little bit reading the New England Journal. Now, all the other board members say, oh God, I've got to read the New England Journal before the next board meeting, but two things that I'd underscore about the data is very clear on. First, we do not have enough primary care physicians. And people in medical school, when they pick residencies, they are not lining up to pick primary care. An important element of the work that Dr. Logan has been a leader in this state around is advanced primary care, is to over time shift how much we pay to pay primary care doctors more. So someone graduating from medical school of any race can say, I see a useful career here, and I don't have to go to radiology. I don't have to go to dermatology. I mean, for those of you that don't know it, in medical school, my former partner was in medical school and he became a primary care doc. But they talked about the road of what you do when you get out of medical school. And the road is, where do you get your loans repaid? Radiology, ophthalmology, anesthesiology, and dermatology. That's the road. Those four are paid at 2x of what primary care doctors are. Not because they're providing 2x value. I mean, they probably got a great value. But that's one. The other point that you make, I think, is really important. And I think this is an issue for that I know we talk about workforce issues, but also good care. Mm-hmm. Your likelihood of getting, if you're an African-American woman who's getting better care, you're likely to get better care if you have an African-American clinician. And there's some of the medical schools in California are doing a great job of recruiting people to then stay in their community, to have more Latino physicians working in Riverside, more in the Central Valley. And so I think that's one of the things that we'll certainly be looking at, what the networks are of the clinicians, their makeup, and how does that address care disparity issues. So it's the right question. Do we have an answer for it? There's a lot of healthcare challenges that we need to be mindful of. That's a piece of them.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco. David Miller, please, trustee. You were done, right?
Yeah, just a little bit to kind of piggyback on Director Pacheco's question and your response. Clearly, there's this disparity in pay, and to address those issues, and also disparity in pay from provider to provider or employer to employer, geography, area, and not just pay, but other lifestyle factors that cause someone to choose whether to be, in Blythe or to be in San Francisco, just as we face with trying to hire other hard-to-fill positions where talent has a choice where to go. But at an even more root cause level, it seems to me that we've got a pretty dramatic artificial supply constraint when it comes to who gets to go to medical school and how we choose. And just as, you know, a lot of other higher learning institutions have artificially constrained, a lot of people with talent and potential will never have those opportunities because of the way we have set things up. And the fact that we have to really reach out to the rest of the world to try to recruit medical professionals, not just physicians. And we've got this similar situation with nursing, where we're more or less importing thousands and thousands, of nurses because there's that artificial constraint of the pipeline there as well. And I think at the root cause level, we need to make those opportunities more available, and we need to fix that pipeline, because it's not just a matter of shifting more of the work that's traditionally done by physicians to non-physicians, and there's a real role for that as well. But at some point, there are a lot of people with potential to be physicians who will never have that opportunity.
Thank you, Trustee Miller. I don't see any more questions, so I'll proceed with my questions. First of all, thank you, Mr. Don Molds and Peter Lee. I'm glad you're on the team, and I look forward to hearing more from Dr. Logan, some others on this population health, which is something that I think CalPERS is well equipped to make the jump because we have the database, the data house. I forget the term we use, but data. We have data, and that's what's going to help us drive. So I would encourage all our members to make sure they fill out the demographic option that we have now for them, because that will help us move forward. And I think on the this whole solicitation program, it's going to help us get to utilize our size and our data and our in-house expertise, not only to make sure we bend the cost curve and be cost efficient, but also make sure that people have the information they need to make the right decision, so they get the high performance providers with the outcomes. And I think that's one thing that we keep losing is when we look at costs is it's implicit in there that when you have high performance mean lower cost, you also mean high value means you have good outcomes, and that's what we want. And so so I'm going to, and I'm very happy to hear other presentations from Peter Lee, because the whole thing about, and Dr. Logan, how primary care is so key. So my question is, I noticed on slide 8, you use the word advanced primary care. Can you please explain what is advanced primary care and how does it differ from what we offer right now through our programs?
I'd like to call my friend, Dr. Logan.
Thank you.
Yeah, so advanced primary, so, you know, we just had this discussion about how primary care providers are almost like a dying breed. There aren't enough primary care providers in the state of California, especially in rural areas. What we are working on with advanced primary care is really focusing in on the team aspect of primary care. You know, one person cannot do it alone. It really does take a team. And so building on that concept that a primary care provider works with a patient, but so does the nurse, so does the behavioral health specialist. It's a much more integrated model than just like a primary care doctor or primary care clinician treating one patient. And what we're working on with the Integrated Healthcare Association and Pacific Purchaser Business Group on Health is an advanced primary care model where we can have an advanced primary care designation. So we can say this this practice is achieving high quality advanced primary care. They're doing well in hypertension measures, diabetes measures, the measures that we are focused in on with our health plans as well. And then also around equity, we're making sure that they're achieving high quality in those equity sensitive measures. So it's a much more comprehensive view on just than just what we, regular old primary care.
Thank you, Dr. Lowe.
Yeah.
Is there presentation? Any more presentation? Or
If there are no questions, I think we're good on our end.
okay, I do have on the phone public comment. So we could.
Is that on this item or?
Yes, 5A.
Okay.
So I don't know who handles that.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we have William Stewart on the line.
Please proceed. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and board members. Are you able to hear me clearly?
Yes, please continue.
Thank you. Hello, my name is William Stewart. I am an out-of-state retiree. Thank you for this opportunity to provide comment and ask some questions related to this agenda item, specifically the strategic plan, access to equitable, high-quality, affordable health care. My focus for the next moment will be on affordable healthcare aspect of your strategic plan. Since I retired 3 years ago and moved out of state, I have been offered only one health insurance plan option. That is the Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield Platinum PPO. I have not been offered the Blue Cross Gold PPO, nor have I been offered any other type of plan such as an HMO. My out-of-pocket expense for my PPO health insurance premium was $333 a month last year. It has been $644 a month this year, and I do not know how much it's going to increase for next year. I wish to ask two questions. One, can I have a lower cost option for healthcare, such as Anthem Blue Cross Gold PPO? And my second question, what is CalPERS doing to offer that plan to me and other out-of-state retirees like me? That's the end of my questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. That is a very good question. What service we provide to out-of-state retirees. So I wasn't sure if
so as part of the solicitation, we will also be looking at the out-of-state options. That will be part of the conversation. We're aware of the challenge. As part of the most recent contract with its union, CalHR has just created a stipend for out-of-state workers to address exactly this challenge. It is hard. It is harder out of state to offer the same caliber network and benefits because we have far less control over the network. Our primary focus has been on California. That having been said, we want to make sure that our out-of-state members have exceptional health care and affordable health care. So that will be front and center as part of this discussion with any would-be vendor, and we'll be getting back to you with more on that as we talk more about the solicitation as it progresses, and then of course also as part of the 2025 rates development process.
Thank you, Don, and I appreciate William Stewart reaching out to us, and hopefully we can be in touch with him as things develop. Now we are ready to move to the 5B, which is something looking forward to, proactive policy communications. Brad and John Myers. Brad Pacheco. And thank you, Don, and your team for an excellent presentation and the work you're doing. We look forward to the solicitation going out at the end of the month, and we're very anxious to see what the reception is going to be and how we're going to roll it out. Thank you. No, Brad, just John. Okay.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. John Myers, CalPERS team member from the Office of Public Affairs. I will tell you my colleague Brad Pacheco sends his apologies. He was called away by a family matter out of state. So, thanks for the opportunity to do this. I appreciate your time. It's been a fascinating day for me sitting here in the committee because there's a nexus of a lot of what I want to talk to you about, so we'll kind of have that discussion. At the July offsite, you will recall the presentation that outlined the results of our stakeholder perception survey and the sentiment of our members and our key stakeholders on a number of areas. So today we thought we would dig a little deeper and talk about how we are working to sharpen our communication efforts and better tell the CalPERS story. And I can tell you, listening yesterday, today, and tomorrow, I'm sure there is so much to tell, and so we want to talk about better ways to do that. Because the work is so important, we've added these efforts to this year's business plan as a formal initiative so that we can share our progress throughout the year. So the presentation that I wanted to offer you this afternoon for a few moments is a snapshot because the committee in its role as the body that oversees strategic issues related to pension and healthcare, it's a good place to talk about it. But in short, I would tell you this: our public affairs team is sharpening its focus to help educate and inform a number of key CalPERS audiences. Let me take you to the first slide. These are projects that will, actually the next slide, apologies. These are projects that will both bolster and expand our capacity to communicate to CalPERS members, employers, a variety of key stakeholders, and a wide swath of Californians about the work that we're doing to provide secure retirements and quality health care. Now, as a way of setting the scene, I will tell you that I think we really are at a pivotal moment in the challenge to engage with both our core audiences and all Californians about the importance of the pension fund's work. No doubt many of you have sensed this firsthand during your visits with organizations across the state, that there is, I would call, a real thirst for information about what CalPERS is doing. The real question, I think, is how will that thirst be quenched, and what can we do, keep that metaphor going, to quench the thirst more consistently when it comes to telling the CalPERS story, the story of what we are doing and why we are doing it. These are the questions that I've been asking myself since having the opportunity to join the CalPERS team last summer. Some of you will know that before my arrival, I spent a while as a journalist chronicling California government public policy. That was either writing content or assigning and editing news content about public sector issues and public sector pensions. Unfortunately, I would tell you the ranks of those writers have thinned to historic lows in recent years. Let me show you another slide here. At regular intervals, I think it's actually the next one. Apparently, I didn't number myself here. Apologies. At regular intervals, the Communications and Stakeholder Relations Branch has provided the board with a snapshot of traditional media coverage of CalPERS. In the most recent fiscal year, our team tallied about 400 mentions of the pension fund across a variety of news organizations. But compare that to a decade earlier. You can see it. There were 4 times as many mentions tallied. In the most recent 3 fiscal years, we've seen the lowest citations measured. There are no doubt a variety of reasons for this. There are fewer journalists working at traditional news organizations, for example. But regardless, other than episodic moments, some kind of big news breakthrough, the CalPERS message isn't moving forward enough, and it's not breaking through. So the next slide will show you, in my prior roles in life, those numbers would have worried me about a sign about the health of the news industry or the drift away from talking about public policy. But as your chief of public affairs, it tells me that the traditional ways of outreach are starting to show their age. They're starting to fade a little bit. And as the information age evolves, we have to also evolve. Many of you remember that the board presentation, at that board presentation in July, during the offsite meeting, you saw a similar story about this thirst for additional information from our many audiences. On the next slide, we talk about while the overall sentiment about CalPERS remains positive, you saw data points that hinted at some unease among some stakeholder leaders, for example, about the security of retirement benefits or the overall direction of CalPERS. There were concerns that were raised, too, about healthcare costs, about what some perceive as the need for members to become more educated about retirement while they're still on the job. I'm happy to report that our partners in the Policy Research and Data Analytics Division have been helping us sift through some of that data, some that you asked them to do, mentioned in the offsite, regard to this positive and negative perception. I know the analysis is going to make its way to all of you soon, but here again, we have found, I think, a genuine thirst for information about CalPERS, or an urgent need, I would say, for explanation and context about what CalPERS is doing, or what the late Paul Harvey said on his old radio program, the rest of the story. The next slide. Concerns from employers included a desire for more consistent information about CalPERS' funded status, more information about contributions from both employers and employees. Some stakeholders need assurance that the fund is taking steps toward long-term stability. Other respondents indicated they want to know more about how CalPERS uses its voice in the discussion of how to balance healthcare costs and healthcare quality. You've talked a lot about that today. And speaking of healthcare, there were a number of active members, you may remember this, who were not aware that CalPERS administers their health benefits. Active members, those currently on the job, are, I think, especially eager to learn more about healthcare. As we move to the next slide, I'm not always a glass half full kind of person. Turns out it wasn't taught in journalism school. But I see these data points as a huge opportunity for our communications effort to tell the CalPERS story more often and across more traditional and digital platforms. Earlier this year, we began to reorganize some of the teams in the Office of Public Affairs with an eye toward a larger amount of what I'm calling proactive, policy-driven content for the core audiences of CalPERS. While my presentation is focused on the two CalPERS business lines that are pertinent to this committee, pensions and healthcare, our communications effort, of course, will also oversee projects designed to tell more about our investment strategy, too. I think this is particularly important to our employer partners, since, as we know, 56 cents of every dollar comes from investment earnings. The next slide. In short, we are aiming to more frequently and fully craft what I call unique communications content that can do the major things, that can educate, inform, and engage our core audiences about the work we're doing and how it's in service to their current and their long-term benefits. And I would tell you we're seeking new avenues, too, to communicate what, in a sense, I would say is the tangible product that we make at CalPERS, which is a meaningful retirement. Let me offer a few snapshots of the kinds of storytelling opportunities that I've seen just in the past few weeks and months. On the next slide, I want to tell you about this summer, where we sent one of our public affairs writers to Eureka for one of the CalPERS benefits education events. I'm starting to learn the terminology here, a CB. You talked about those earlier. It's not that those events are new. For years, the customer service team has hosted those gatherings. But there's a lot that I would argue that my team can learn from our members and our soon-to-be retirees by being there to collect their stories, to talk to them, to understand what they're looking for. The photo you see on the screen was this great moment from Eureka just after the woman in the screen, Susan Carnes, who is a social worker in Humboldt County, submitted her retirement application. It was at the event she found out she could retire in just 60 days. And so she's got a little celebratory moment there with Kevin Harris, who's a CalPERS retirement counselor. We're going to find a lot more ways to cultivate ideas and stories from these events as a springboard, not only for encouraging folks to attend, that's the obvious, but also for finding out how we can serve our members, learning a lot more about what they need to know and how we can best communicate that information to them. And the next slide. Meanwhile, we've been talking to the CalPERS actuarial team about their examination of the sweeping reform of California pension law. You talked about it this morning, PEPR at the 10-year mark. I'm kind of a policy wonk. I had a really good time listening to the actuaries this morning. We know PEPR's brought about major changes for members and employers. You heard a snapshot of that this morning. We should and we are going to expand our communication about those trends. It's an important part of the CalPERS story. And we're really eager to work closely with the health branch and the team you've heard from today to expand the awareness of their work and our work on health outcomes, quality of care, health equity. Active and retired members, I would argue, alike need to know more about what CalPERS is doing when it comes to their health and how our size, right, we know we're the nation's second largest purchaser of health care, gives us a powerful voice in short and long-term health care trends. On the next slide, I want to focus for a moment, too, about the retirement story in broad strokes and significant details, things that we really need to do. All of our members, led by our retirees, they want to know more about how we do what we do, how CalPERS is making the decisions needed to ensure long-term retirement security. That's going to be more consistent conversation about the benefits that CalPERS pays out. Last year, amounted, as you may know, to some $29 billion and the impact on that in California communities. Let me share, if I can, just a few additional ideas that we've been working on to improve in how we will use our communication platforms, and a little bit of the kind of content that I think will help us educate and inform a variety of audiences. Next slide. We want to talk about a new focus on new content for the page on our website called Perspective, which you can see in the middle of the screen there. A few years ago, it became the digital home of what you know that started out as a print product. We're going to really lean in. We're going to expand our policy content there, look for new visual, interactive ways of communicating about those policies. We also need to use social media to help us in that way. A little further down the road is a significant, really significant overhaul of the look at and the behind-the-scenes function of our CalPERS website. We really need to ensure that our members have quick access to the content that matters. We are also taking a fresh look at our email efforts. I will tell you, I believe email is probably one of the most powerful digital platforms we have. Let me give you an example. Our average open rate for our monthly emails to members is above 50%. That is higher than educational institutions, retail, even finance. It is really that foundation of strong engagement that will help us reach our members, I think, even more. While we currently share information through monthly emails, I'd like to see us do even more to make sure our members feel as though they are hearing from us. They're hearing from us fast, they're hearing from us first, and they are fully hearing what they need to know. And we are hard at work examining other ways to bring these important topics to CalPERS audiences, including a lot more visual, a lot more video, a lot more social media. I have to tell you, I'm really lucky to work with a great team of communications professionals. They have really answered this challenge that I've asked them to take up on evolving and expanding. And that's a lot of what we are spending our time trying to get organized now to do. And one more slide. Let me conclude my remarks with a few thoughts about how we are working to bridge, I should say, traditional outreach and communications with the really rapid changes in not only technology but also social norms. I view the public affairs effort somewhat as akin to remodeling a house. It's got a great, strong foundation, but it needs these changes to accommodate a new generation of family members. So we're going to continue to react and engage when we're called upon to inquiries about CalPERS operations. We do that regularly. Long before my arrival, the public affairs team had real success as a rapid response and comprehensive explanation source. But what we are doing now is trying to ensure that those are not one-time experiences. We really need to create some lasting conversations, I would argue, with our members, our employers, our entire family of stakeholders, as well as really honestly new conversations with California taxpayers who need to know what we are doing and why we are doing it. I think our goal is to not only talk about the mechanics of CalPERS, but also the mission, the importance of retirement security, the choices for quality health care, and the belief that in more ways than one, CalPERS is focused, as I would say, on investments that make a difference. So, it's a brief conversation with you today. Appreciate the opportunity to shed a little bit of light on this, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have.
Thank you, John. Excellent, very exciting projects we have in front of us. So we do have some questions and comments from our trustees. President Taylor first, and followed by Melissa Willett.
John, thank you very much. Really comprehensive presentation. So I always look at these, and I guess I'm getting jaded because we always want to up our game and do something new, and then it works for a minute and then it sort of peters off. And I know that we tried that with our union as well, but have you thought about TikToks, like news TikToks?
I've heard that phrase before. It's usually from my 13-year-old son. It's a different discussion.
We got young folks now, though.
Yeah.
We got, what is it, 60% of our folks are pepper folks?
Well, I think you're getting to the right place, which is like, what are we looking at that's out there? Where are people? Where are the people? What are they seeing? Where are they engaged? How can we engage them? So I would tell you, yes, we look at it, but I want to look at it as part of a larger conversation. I mean, I really, I think we have, as I said a moment ago, we have a great foundation to build on. We just have to kind of keep trying things. And one of the things that's tough that I learned in my last life is sometimes it takes a while to kind of build that conversation. That conversation doesn't start overnight. So you try something, you try a little bit more, you measure it, you figure out how to do it a little bit more. So I'm very aware of all of the platforms that I need to be thinking about. I probably won't go there. Pardon me?
Podcasts.
I've had a little bit of experience in my life with those. Yes, the answer is all of the above,
okay.
Ms. Taylor. I just think that what I'm trying to do is figure out how I can get the team oriented for that kind of thing, and then how we can be good at it. Because I don't want to just take it and do it and then move on. I think that would, you know, we can do a little bit of experimentation, but we want to know what we're doing.
Well, yeah, because you sure want to. You want to see the longevity. So first you have to see it ramp up, right?
Yeah.
Whatever platform you're using, and then you hope to see it stay or continue to go up or whatever. What you don't want to see is, oh, this looked good for a while and now we're bored.
Yeah. Well, and I was going to say, if I may, we have to be patient.
Yeah.
You know, there's a little bit of field of dreams in this. If you build it, they will come. You have to have a little bit of time to kind of put into it to build that audience. So I'm eager to get started.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Willett, please. Thank you, Mr. President Taylor.
Hi, John Myers. Thank you so much for that presentation. I really appreciate it. I am super, super excited about this initiative and you at the helm of this ship. You have my resounding support to move forward in this way. I think I'm just a firm believer that we have to center the members and the member story around every single thing we do here at CalPERS. So my only question is you have a whole group of members here at this dais who are talking to people every day, talking to our members, or being reached out to. You know, some of us, we go to work every day in our work sites with hundreds of our members. How do we support this initiative? How do we support the communications plan? And what can we do to ensure its success going forward?
It's a great question, and first of all, it's premised on the right thing, which is that you want to help support what we're doing. So thank you collectively to all of you on that. I think first and foremost, we have to give you the right tools to kind of have those little touch point moments that you can have this conversation with these audiences. I know we work with several of you on events that you do, and as I referenced, I mean, we really get that feedback that like you get asked lots of questions. So we need to work on a way that we can really tap into what you're hearing and talk to you more frequently. So come on over anytime you want. But we need to be more proactive to you because you have busy schedules. And so let me take a good look at that. But because I think that you hear a lot of what we need to hear, and you can offer us a lot of guidance in that way. And I think some of your fellow colleagues, again, that we've written some items and move forward on, we get great feedback. So we do need to have these conversations internally with you so that we can externally do the job that we need to do. So we'll partner with you. I love that.
Absolutely. We're here for you. Call me.
Thank you, Ms. Millett. Ms. Middleton, please, trustee.
All right, John, thank you. And Melissa, thank you. You asked the question I was going to ask, so I'm not sure what to ask at this point. But one of the things that impressed me was you're trying to meet people where they are. And the population that we serve gets their information from an incredible variety of sources, and we've got to be able to master all of those sources to be effective. I guess my follow-up question would be, is there anything specifically that you need from the board at this time?
I appreciate that, and the answer is probably no. You've given me what I need, which is kind of like a little bit of a thumbs up to keep on working on it. I think that I didn't reference it in the other remarks, but I will say one of the most challenging parts of this is we are a multi-generational entity. We have people of all walks, of all generations, multiple generations. They have a comfort level with the digital world of communications that varies. We've got to be very mindful of that. A lot of our website work, I will tell you, in part, I'm pretty obsessed with is things that actually work on a device that you hold in your hand. I think if you're trying to push and squeeze and move, and like you've lost the opportunity to have the conversation right there.
Lost me, that's for sure.
Yeah. So no, I mean, I will come back and I will be nice and ask you all kinds of things, but you all have been great so far, and I think the direction we've gotten from the executive team and from the board is what we need, and now we just got to get doing it.
Thank you, Lisa. I think, thank you for your presentation. I think we're ready to move on to the summary of committee direction.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it.
Don and Kim, do we have any?
I'm not sure.
Okay, yes. Kim had to step away. I'm not sure I have direction, perhaps indirectly, to bring back an update on out-of-state retirees and options that come out of the PPO solicitation and the RFP process.
Thank you, Don. We look forward to reports on the PPO solicitation and, of course, the rollout of this amazing new communication roadmap. Our members definitely need to understand that their retirement is secure and that we're striving to provide quality health care. Thank you. So now we'll move on to public comment. I have two names here, Tim Brennans and Larry Whitson, please.
Well, there we are. Good morning, Larry Woodson, California State Retirees. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. And first, I'd like to thank Don Bowles for his kind words earlier. I worked with Don for 2 years now, and he's been very approachable, responsive, and knowledgeable. And I don't have to tell you how fortunate you are to have him as your health director. So today I'm speaking once again on ACO REACH. First, I'm very happy to report that after both houses of the California legislature overwhelmingly passed Assembly Joint Resolution 4, which asks President Biden to immediately halt ACO REACH, it was enrolled and chaptered by the Secretary of State on September 14th. It's likely been sent out or will be soon. We hope that this strong move by our legislature to protect thousands of retired Californians who are on traditional Medicare from being moved into plans managed by for-profit companies will spur this board, to do the same. We had asked that the board, at the very least, discuss opposing REACH at this meeting. It was not on the agenda, and we're a little puzzled as to why, but after hearing objections from CSR, especially after hearing objections from us and other stakeholders for over a year and a half, we are also aware that several board members would like to at least have the discussion in open session, but it's still not too late. I've heard one member give the opinion that REACH was discussed thoroughly at the January Board Education Day, and certainly it was discussed there by 3 experts educating you, 2, 3, or 4, 3 pro and 1 con. But that discussion was really presentations to you and questions from you, and then a lot of public comment that was opposing it. So, and then the meeting was adjourned. So there really has not been any discussion among board members in any open session about how they view now ACO REACH and whether CalPERS should oppose it. And so we continue to urge you to have that discussion. I handed out copies to each of you of a report that I did on the latest CMS approved ACOs, which demonstrates the ACO's failure to meet many of the basic CMS requirements and the lack of monitoring by CMS that would allow such non-compliance. I sent the same document, of course, to you in July, but I felt it was worth sharing it a second time. It does contradict many of the assurances that Liz Fowler gave you in January. In conclusion, that noncompliance, when coupled with the fact that a significant number of the approved ACOs are private equity companies, some with no experience whatsoever managing Medicare, and that our affected members are moved without prior notice or agreement into this highly experimental pilot, which threatens the continuing existence of traditional Medicare, we ask that you show respect enough for our concerns that you at least discuss and hopefully oppose REACH at the next available opportunity in an open session meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Next, Mr. Tim.
Good afternoon to Barron's, California State retirees. Thank you, Chairman, and committee members and board members for listening. Just to kind of pile on top of what Larry's already said, I would like to bring up a couple of other issues that I don't think have been discussed at all regarding this ACO REACH, and that is, what's the fiscal impact on CalPERS if this were implemented statewide in California? What would it cost CalPERS? What would it cost the stakeholders? I think you've already heard clearly from Larry that the private equity companies that are gobbling up this pilot plan are being offered a 30% profit. And I don't believe that you can offer a company a 30% profit and ask them to continue the high quality of service that we get right now on Medicare. Now, I know many of you are not on Medicare. It's not on your radar, but we would like you to have an open discussion on the pros and cons as you have been taught by that team that came up here of 4 people, and give us an opportunity to hear your thoughts on ACO REACH. But let me change directions for a second. I'd like to talk about Delta Dental and the Vision Plan, both administered by CalHR, which I don't think a lot of our members know. So I think if you're going to do some good publicity, as you were talking about a while ago, you might do a couple articles about Delta Dental and the Vision Plan and who administrates it and what phone numbers you can call during this open enrollment period, etc. Delta Dental has not changed anything on behalf of us retirees in the last 30 years. And now there's a lawsuit by the California Dental Association against Delta Dental because the dentists have been had their income reduced by as much as 30%. We have members all over the state that call us and tell us they didn't know when they went to the dentist, number one, that the dentist no longer had Delta Dental. They dropped it. There was nothing sent out to the members of that dentist team. Number two, they go in, they have the work done, they come out, and they're asked to pay for it out of pocket, and then given a bill and told the member, then you contact Delta Dental and you try to get your money back. In most cases, our members have not had success in getting 100% of what was covered in the past back. So I would urge you in your conversations in the health team to do a deep dive on REACH and do a deep dive on Delta Dental and the Vision Plan to see if we can't improve it and help our members out that have not heard this information yet. We're hearing it. It's coming out quickly. Maybe something could come out of CalPERS in our newsletter. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. And I too want to join with my colleagues in the board and the healthcare staff in thanking you, Larry, for all your years of service. You have brought very provocative questions, and you're very passionate of what your research and what you believe in. And we are attentive. We may not always give you the answer you want, but we are attentive. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Woodson, also. No, you're not. Thank you. And do we have any more public comment? Okay. That concludes today's meeting, and then we'll go into the Performance, Compensation, and Talent Management Committee. In how many minutes? How many? In 10 minutes. Thank you, everybody.
I'd like to call the Performance, Compensation, and Talent Management Committee to order. The first order of business in open session will be the call the roll, please.
Jose Luis Pacheco.
Present.
Melissa Willette.
Here.
Lisa Middleton.
Present.
Arena Ortega. Kevin Palke. Teresa Taylor. Yvonne Walker.
Now we're gonna recess now into closed session for the items
Hey, what about me?
Oh, sorry.
Leah
Cohen.
Cohen.
Present.
Sorry. Yeah, I've got it right here. Thank you. Sorry about that, Malia. Now we'll recess now into closed session for items 1 through 4 from the closed session agenda. We'll immediately reconvene in open session after the closed session. Thank you. session. Is Ms. Cohen online? There's somebody up there. Am I ready? Okay. I'd like to call the performance compensation talent management committee open session open now. First item, the next item on the agenda is item number 3, executive report by Mr. Hoffner. Thank you.
Good evening, committee members. Doug Hoffner, CalPERS team member. There are just standard consent items on the agenda. The next time this committee will meet will be in February 2024, at which time we'll conduct the annual review of the committee's delegation and authority of the CEO's mid-year status report. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Now, next item is item number 4, action consent item. What is the pleasure of the committee? I have a motion by Ms. Taylor, a second by Mr. Pauke. Is there any discussion? All those, do we need to do a roll call or just say, all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. There's a number 5 is the information consent item. I have not heard anybody who wanted to point anything. So now we're moving forward to summary of committee direction. Mr. Hoffner.
There wasn't any.
Okay, so the next item on the agenda is public comment, and we do have one public comment. It is Ms. Dev Berger. And I'm going to read a comment on this. So yes, Ms. Berger, you can sit right there.
Before I speak, I wasn't clear if my extra 2 to 3 minutes was granted.
I'm going to read that right now. Okay. We received a request for 6 minutes to speak. In the interest of time, we are going to stick with the 3 minutes. Thank you.
May I please request more time? I've been here for 4 hours.
I have to get... Is it? Just give her 2 minutes. Yes, 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 additional minutes. So
thank you very much.
That'll be 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dev Berger, and I'm here on behalf of the 769,000 retirees and beneficiaries who were breached when our data was hacked via PBI, the vendor used to identify deceased CalPERS members. I need you to know there's a large number of retirees and beneficiaries who are furious about the breach, how it was handled, and the many unanswered questions. It's my understanding that Ms. Frost's 2022-2023 performance for a pay rate raise and a bonus was discussed in closed session today. We don't believe that she deserves either, because of the way the breach was handled, came about, and many other issues, which I cannot address all because of the limited time. CalPERS said that it contracted with PBI because Social Security no longer provided access to its death files to track dead members, and yet qualifying federal and state agencies do have quantified access. More to the point, a September 14, 2021 CalPERS Risk and Audit video transcript discussed negotiations with Social Security Administration with access to its full death master file to identify dead members. CalPERS. Approval for this safe option that wouldn't have compromised our data was expected to happen by the end of 2021, with implementation underway by August 2022. The transcript also discussed CalPERS efforts with vendors to develop death files based on obituaries. But for unknown reasons, and we'd like to know why, CalPERS ditched the safe options and instead went with the riskier one with PBI, whose software was hacked. CalPERS said it contracted with PBI to fulfill its fiduciary duty, and as it relates to the $41 million identified in an internal audit. However, we have read that CalPERS called a $67 million loss on Silicon Valley Bank a drop in the bucket. The number one priority should have been protecting our data. Why wasn't it done? Losing our personal data exposed people to immediate dangers for identity theft and financial fraud. Yet instead of holding an emergency board meeting about this disastrous breach, Frost waited for a regularly scheduled closed board session where staff rebuffed furious stakeholders who had questions on this massive disaster. Retirees didn't learn of the breach until weeks later, and many, like myself, didn't receive Frost's letter about the breach until July 1st, and that is inexcusable. The letter wasn't direct, it wasn't succinct, and it wasn't forthcoming about the immediate dangers that people faced against identity theft and fraud. It failed to urge us that it was critical to take actions immediately to protect ourselves. And the letter seemed to downplay the breach. And I think that accounts for why there are less than 80% of people who've signed up to have the free credit monitoring, which incidentally is highly inadequate. I think that the numbers show how Frost's letter poorly framed the dangers of identity theft and fraud. We have a September 30th deadline to sign up. That's absurd. We face identity theft and fraud for the rest of our lives. Why are you having a deadline? Frost needs to tell us why she didn't use the CalPERS ransomware policy to pay off the hackers and buy the information back. And we want to know, would active members be treated so cavalierly as we retirees and beneficiaries have experienced? The media reported Frost's misrepresentations about her educational background and those provided during the CalPERS hiring process. 2 former ex officio board members requested that Frost be investigated, but it was rebuffed, and many believe had Frost been investigated, she would not be CEO. Under Frost, for fiscal year 2022-2023, CalPERS did not meet the discount rate of 6.8% for investments. Under her leadership, the overall 2024 health plan rate increase are almost 11%, which is double what experts said would be for employer purchasers. How do we reward for these two things? Employees are filing class action suits against employers because they failed to protect their personal data from a PBI breach, which is exactly what Frost has failed to do. Her role in the breach deserves a thorough investigation. We deserve honest answers about the breach and answers to our questions about why belated actions were taken. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. No, are there any additional public comments? I see none in the audience, so I would like to call the meeting adjourned.